Yeah, you three were the only ones who responded. Yorie with a maybe, and James has since said he's not going to be able to make it.
Okay.
So, and that's fine. It is what it is. Let's see what's over here. Okay, that works. So, tonight we are playing 13 Black Candles. This is from one of the old Miskatonic monographs, Miskatonic University monographs, and they are sometimes they're really bad. Thought this one was interesting. We'll see how it goes. So it's 1794. Uh, President of the United States in 1789 is George Washington. The Vice President is John Adams. The Whiskey Rebellion just ended on October 3rd. It went from 1791 to 94. Political parties are just in the process of forming with the Federalist Party and the Democratic Republican Party. Um, the 94 and 95 elections are what formed these political parties. The Federalist Party is pro-administrative administration, and the Democratic Republican Party is anti-administration. Connecticut is very firmly Federalist. Um, and after the U.S. Constitution was ratified, Congress passed the Mint Act of April 2nd, 1792, which established the coinage system in the United States and the dollar as the principal unit of currency. So that is kind of like recent history for you right there. Um, why don't Aaron? Why don't you tell us a little about your character? Now, don't know each other really yet, but you're going to meet very quickly. So describe your character physically and tell us a little bit about him, Doctor Taylor, Hiram
He's
Taylor.
tall and solid, blonde hair, turning white, and sophisticated.
Ooh. And where does he teach?
He teaches. Um, I haven't read that far yet. Oh,
It's Miskatonic Liberal
yeah,
College,
yep.
which will someday be Miskatonic University. Um, and how did he down in his history? It should say how he met Squire Tom Roberts.
He sent me to an invitation to an All Hallows Eve party
Yep, there you go.
every year since.
Every
Yeah.
year, it's been every year since the war officially ended, or since the payoffs in 1791 of those who invested in the war. Sean, you are playing Doctor. Sorry, you're Professor Hiram Taylor. Aaron, not Doctor. You're Doctor Abimael Brannon. So describe him to us.
He's brown hair and eyes, slim and fit, longish hair, very healthy looking. Um, and he met Squire Thomas Roberts when he passed through Smithfield on business last year and was surprised to receive an invitation to an All Hallows Eve party.
Smithfield? Is that what it says?
Springfield.
Springfield, okay, yeah, because he's from Springfield, Massachusetts, which is just
Yep.
north of the border. So you've each received these invitations to his annual Halloween party. Um, Very nice, very fancy looking. It takes place in Aylesbury, Connecticut, in Suffield Town, in Hartford County. So having that information, you can you're both able to find your way there, either arriving in a coach um, or coming. Let's see, where's maps? I can give you all.
My guy's sophisticated, so he's riding in a coach.
He's riding in the coach. Well, I'm talking. It's not like a coach and four. It's more of a coach like a stagecoach kind of deal. You probably arrived in Suffield, and then walked to Aylesbury.
Oh,
Um,
gotcha.
Maps. Here we go. Here we go. Here is a map. Oh, let me get back in the right place. Online sucks sometimes. I never know what to do. Okay, gaming text. Here is 1795 Connecticut. If you would like to look at it, you can. Um, Suffield Town is actually like a box on the top part of the map in Hartford County. It's the map is a little hard to kind of to find things in. And Aylesbury, um, so in Connecticut at this time, actually everything is incorporated. There's no like counties and townships and stuff. There's
Okay.
counties and then towns, and the town technically runs everything in like the township. Um,
Right.
the Congregational Church, you both know, is the official Church of Connecticut. This is before the separation of church and state was really pushed, and the this is actually going to last out of character till 1818. It'll be the official church of the established church of the state of Connecticut. It was the established church of the colony before this. So, if you're in Connecticut, you're probably Congregationalist. Okay, yeah, here's our map of Connecticut. So Hartford's in the top middle. You can see it. And just above the T and F, you can see Suffield. It looks like it doesn't actually mark like a town, it marks a whole box. That's where you guys are. The capital's down in Hartford to the south. And you didn't have to come far. Dr. Brannon, you didn't come very far because Springfield's just across the Massachusetts border to the north. Arkham is a bit farther, Professor Taylor. You have been riding for several days.
Okay.
Not pleasantly. And we're going to say you arrive the same day. You both arrive on the 29th, October 29th. You come into Aylesbury. It's very small. It's probably only 100 or 150 people live in it. I will send you a map of the village as well. You're going to very quickly learn where most of the things are. Here we go. Yeah, that'll fit. So there, I've sent you a map. Aylesbury's on the right side of the map. It actually goes off the map. Surrounded by farms. There's a few craftsmen that live in the town as well. Like I said, it's in northern Connecticut. There's a congregational church in town. Obviously, I think it's actually marked on the map. And there is an inn by the name of the Silver Bell. It does not take long for you both to meet the innkeeper, the owner of the inn. That is, here we go. Yeah, Matthew Silver. There's a picture of him. He's a stout man, well fed, with brown hair, getting kind of long as well. But since you've both met Squire Roberts, I'm going to send that picture of him as well. He's a little older, graying hair. You haven't seen him yet after arriving at Aylesbury, but you can stay at the Silver Bell Inn if you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you meet Matthew Silver. He takes you to your rooms personally. Asks what your business is in town. He's just being nosy, it sounds like. So Sean, we'll start with you. He's like, so what are you doing in town? As he's taking you to your room.
I was invited to Squire Thomas's All Hallows Eve party.
Squire Roberts? Thomas Roberts?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, very good, very good. He invites people from the town. He invites people from all over the place. It should be a good time. I'll be there. He shows you your room. He says dinner will be served at 6:30, which is shortly. Aaron, you arrive slightly after that. Weary, you meet Silver, and he takes you to your room as well. And he again asks you the same thing.
Yeah.
What are you doing in Aylesbury?
I'll tell him the same thing.
Okay. And again, he tells you it's usually a very good time. He asks where you're from. He gets a little information. He seems impressed that you're a professor. And when you go down for dinner, we're going to say the two of you notice each other as two people of upper class, a doctor and a professor. You can sit together if you wish. You don't have to. They have a large dining room. Customers are drinking ale or wine. There's a woman and a young girl of about 15 serving. What the hell? Okay. So the 15-year-old invites you back to a table and has you sit down, and then she starts bringing food: ale, bread, cheese, vegetables, stew, roasted chicken. I mean, she's just putting a ton of food on your table. There you go. I don't know if you want to introduce yourselves to each other or not. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I'll like if he's sitting down first, I'll sit down and introduce myself.
Okay.
Professor Hiram, yeah, Hiram Taylor.
Uh, how do you, is it Abimael?
Abimael.
Abimael.
That's how I think it's
Dr.
pronounced.
Abimael Brannon.
Pleasure to meet you.
You as well. I assume you are here for the All Hallows Eve party.
I am. I've been invited for the past 3 years, but this was the first year I was able to attend.
This will be my first year as well.
How is it that you know the Squire?
He passed through Springfield, Massachusetts, and I met him there. This is where I practice.
Ah,
You hear people
so
around you talking about the upcoming event, about the party. There's some local news. Some people are talking about a missing boy, 8-year-old boy named John Sampson, who disappeared the night before. Um, you over here, search parties have been looking for this boy since yesterday. Um, no, night before last. Sorry, 27th. They've been looking for him since yesterday. Um, Four men come in at some point, and everybody, like, the entire place goes quiet. They all look very tired. They're carrying muskets. um, One of them says, "We haven't seen anything yet." People start talking again, but it's more hushed. People seem kind of upset about this. Um, you see
can I,
Silver escorts them into another room.
can I do a listen check to see what they're trying to what they're talking about?
They're talking about this missing boy.
Okay,
You have no trouble overhearing it. It's just not as
all
loud as
right,
it was before the men
gotcha.
came
All
in.
right,
They're just talking about, oh, he's probably dead. He probably fell in a gully, or maybe a tree fell on him, or might be Indians. There's always Indians, that kind of thing. You're hearing all kinds of wild speculation about what might have happened to this child. Um, uh, it sounds like there's that several men are going out every day and just searching all the surrounding woodlands for him as best they can. Um, yeah. So you have a good dinner. It's getting dark out. People start to leave. You've got the night. If you'd want to do anything particular, you can, or simply go to your rooms and go to bed. What do you want to do?
this is like the night before the party. I'm taking it.
The party's on the 31st. Today is the 29th.
Oh,
You
okay,
guys
okay,
arrived on the
gotcha.
29th before supper time. So you have today and tomorrow, and then the party, according to your invitation, starts about 3 o'clock on October 31st.
Okay, then I will head to bed. I had a long day.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the night
Yeah.
passed uneventfully. It's a you sleep fine. It's a relatively comfortable inn. And October 30th dawns. Um, it's cool, not super cold. Um, there's a little drizzle in the air. People are when you go down for breakfast, people are hoping that the weather clears up for the party because it's mostly outside kind of thing. But they're going anyway. Everybody's very excited about it. People are talking about dishes that they're going to bring and that kind of thing. This is Thursday, by the way. October 31st is on a Friday. You, yeah. I mean, is there anything you guys want to do this day? Just or you want to just kill time until the party?
What all's in the town here? Is it
Oh,
a
that's a good
fairly
question.
good sized town?
No, it's not good sized. You're talking maybe 100, between 100 and 200 people. And what you've got is here we go. It's farms surround this village, and then woods are around that. Some farms are kind of scattered in the woods. There is a miller. There's a mill. It looks like they use donkeys to turn something. There's no like real good water source in town to make a water mill, so it's just a mill that's pushed around. There's a baker on the main street. You can smell the you can smell you know there's a baker. You knew there's a baker in town when you showed up. You could just smell all the baking bread and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a blacksmith. Um, There's the inn, and then there's a silversmith. Those are your craftsmen that are in Aylesbury.
Okay.
The rest of mostly farmers or like non-crafts people, that kind of thing. So
I would probably
it's small.
walk around town during the day, but
Hmm.
not really do
Oh,
anything.
there's a school as well. I forgot about that. There's a small schoolhouse because Suffield is too far away for the children to walk in a
Okay.
single day. So there is a small schoolhouse. I forgot all about that, and a church. That's not. I didn't write that down either. Typical Congregationalist church. Um, yeah. So you walk around. You kind of meet some of the people. Here we go, Sean. Let's see. Who can you meet? I've got some pictures of some people. Um, you meet or see the schoolmaster. There he is. He is a dour looking fellow, bald head, very skinny, very thin face and head. You see him whipping a boy outside of the schoolhouse, which is, yeah, that's pretty typical
Yeah.
when they've been bad and that kind of thing. Orders him back inside, and the boy, he's crying. He's probably about 12 or 13 years old.
Okay.
And the schoolmaster throws his whip down, or his switch. It's just a stick, it looks like, and heads back inside as well. And you can hear his voice reverberates through the schoolhouse. Um, Aaron, what did I'm sorry, Professor? Was there anything you wanted to do that day? Your day
Check
off?
out the schoolhouse.
Check out the schoolhouse. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
schoolhouse. It's a small one-room schoolhouse with several desks. Um, do you just go in during the day, or do you want to wait till the afternoon after the children are let out?
No, I might go in during the day and I'll just like stand in the back. Like when I enter, just continue with your lessons. I'm just here to observe.
And who are you, sir?
Pro- Professor Taylor. I'm from the college.
Miskatonic
Yeah.
Liberal College.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Miskatonic.
I've heard tales of that place. Students, this is a learned man. Mind your manners. He continues teaching the class, and we're going to retro in. Basically, that one child is unruly, and and the schoolmaster grabs him by the ear, drags him outside. There is some swift justice inflicted upon him, whereupon he comes back inside crying. The schoolmaster warns him quietly, and they get back to work. But it's a typical, school day. They're going over lessons. He's got a variety of children. There's about 20 kids in this room, from the ages of about 7 or 8 to about 13 or 14. A few older ones, probably 15. That's about, but not too many. But it's a pretty full classroom. I mean, these people must be having a lot of babies in this town. Um, Although
You
that's
know.
not unusual. The average age of people is about 20 in at this time period in the United States.
Oh damn! I got old.
Hmm. A lot of young people in the United States right now. Um, so yeah, it's a typical day. He doesn't seem any more or less harsh than any other schoolmasters you've dealt with in the past, or you might have taught
Right.
yourself. You might have taught yourself before you got your degrees and went on to Miskatonic College, if you want. Um,
Yeah.
but everything, it's pretty above board. The children are for the most part are disciplined, and he seems very strict. He walks
Is there
around
like
with. Go ahead.
one empty desk?
There is one empty spot at one of the desks.
All
Yes, you're
right.
right. I didn't think about that. Towards the front, uh, the younger children are towards the front with the going back, and the older children are towards the back. The one that got the beating is about 3/4 of the way back. But yeah, there's one empty seat up in the front, uh, with yeah, there's no child there, so you know exactly where. You can make a pretty good guess that's John Sampson's seat. Um,
Gotcha.
yeah, Sean, you will also see this gentleman and learn that he is Minister Hart. Minister, you know what? I made a list of just all the people pretty much in town. I should just have that out so it's easy to find. I believe it's Mr. Samuel Hart. Minister Sam Hart. who you learn is the congregational minister, ouch, of the church
Okay.
here in Aylesbury. Um, the town is obviously large enough to have its own church. It's a very small church. You can see it. There's a house right next to it that is the same design. It is probably the minister's house. But you see him about town that day while you're about town as well. Uh, that's probably about it. There are quite a few people who are taking things out. Crafts are not craft, laborers are sometimes taking things out. Oh, that's another thing. There's a lot of slavery in Connecticut at this time period. Um, Gentry, innkeepers, landowners usually have quite a few slaves. There is an abolitionist movement in Connecticut, but right now there's a very strong slave population here as well. So there are several slaves in town as well. Even though this is a small town, it looks like they're working at the inn, or they're working for Squire Roberts. Uh, those are probably the two biggest, wealthiest people in town, and that's where you're seeing most of the slaves. There's probably a dozen or so slaves in town. Just they're not really dressed poorly. They're just dressed in drab clothing and doing a lot of menial labor. So you see a lot of Africans moving stuff out to where you're guessing is Tom Rob, or you can find out it's Tom Roberts' house, which is out of the edge of town. Um,
Chopping wood and all that fun
Chopping
stuff.
wood. They're taking out sawhorses and stuff, or pumpkins. They're taking pumpkins out there. They're taking bales of hay and that kind of stuff, probably to set up for the party. Then there's some townsfolk that are also heading out that way occasionally with carrying packages or bundles or something like that. Um, so those are the main people you noticed that day, Dr. Brannon. Did you wish to do anything else, Professor?
I did want to talk to then the once the teacher is done with his lessons. I'm going to try to talk to him about the boy that's gone missing.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. He was a good student. He was very well mannered. Most likely, he wandered off into the woods and fell afoul of an animal, is my guess, or perhaps fell and broke his leg. You both know kidnapping is not really a thing in this time period in the United States. Other countries,
Okay.
kids can be like snatched up and sold. That just does not happen here. So he doesn't seem to think there's any. He thinks that it was an accident, and he's hopeful that the searchers will be able to find this boy before he expires. It is getting colder. If they don't find him soon, though, it's likely that we'll find his skeleton come spring.
How old of a boy was he?
He was 8. He was in the lower. Here's his desk right here. He kind of points out that empty desk you noticed
Yeah.
earlier. And these are desks that they've got like a lift top, and there's just a small space underneath them. I'm gonna say I don't know if they had lift tops or not, but there's a small space underneath for papers and books, and you see that there are papers and books under there. All of them
Okay.
have this though. All of them have these papers and books.
Um, I want to check out his desk and go through some of those papers, see if there's anything.
I'll need some kind of a social skill with the schoolmaster.
Gotcha. All right.
Persuade, fast talk, charm, or intimidate.
Did he have any of those?
He might not. He might
Yeah,
not be
I'd
a
say
very
I'm like, I
social
don't,
fellow.
I don't write anything down.
No, then he doesn't get along.
Oh no,
He
yeah,
just
he does. Yeah, he does. He's
what's he
got
got?
persuade.
He's got persuade. Great. Okay. Yeah, give me a persuade check. Tell me how you're gonna convince this man. You know, let me look through this kid's desk, even
Yeah.
though there's
Well, I might just
obviously.
ask him. Have you gone through his things? Maybe there was maybe something in there to what happened to him.
Oh no, no. I'm sure there wasn't. Go ahead, make the roll, Aaron. See how
All right.
persuasive you can be.
That is a 71, which
Oh,
is a fail.
okay. He doesn't seem to think it's of any importance.
All right.
And he's going to escort you out to go have dinner with you and discuss intellectual things.
All right.
So he's going to at least eat dinner with you. Um,
What was the boy's name again? I know
oh,
you said it one time. I
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
write it down.
It is John Sampson. Let's see. John Sampson. Okay, yeah, yeah. Yes, Aaron. So you do not see him lock the schoolhouse. There's probably no crime in this little town. You know what I mean? So
Gotcha.
you do notice that as you leave, he just pulls the door shut, and he has supper
Okay.
with you. You discuss very, very philosophical, important, educational things, and then he bids you farewell, and he heads off in a different direction where his house probably is, or wherever he
Okay.
stays. And
But
actually, oh shoot, I forgot to change your name, Sean. Let me change your nickname to who the hell are you? You are
Be right back. I let the dog in.
okay. Regens. Sean is Dr. Abimael Brannon. Copy and paste. I just noticed he's Lauren Hutton still, so. Boop. There, that'll help me. If I forget a name, I can just look it up. Oh, crap. No, I can't. Well, he's all muted and stuff, so it's covering up the name. Okay, so you two have. I'm going to ask Sean if he joins you two, basically.
okay.
But Aaron, as long as he's not here, was there anything you wanted to do that evening?
Well, say if he walked away or whatever, or that evening, I might check out the schoolhouse and
Yeah,
still
you
go
can.
through that kid's desk.
Yeah, you creep back to the schoolhouse under the moon. See what kind of moon we got. Under the let's see, it is it is a waxing moon. It'll only be half
Okay.
full on the 31st, so it's probably uh, between 1/4 and 1/2 full on the night of the. Oh, this is the 30th. It's almost a
It's
quarter. It's almost half. It's
it's a waxing crescent.
right. So it's almost half full. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I know
there's
what
a
you're
decent
saying.
amount of light there, and the rain has stopped. It's a bright evening. As you okay, let's find out what Sean's going to do first, because you might want to take him with you.
Yeah.
That's up to you though. Okay, Sean. So
Sorry.
dinner time that night, you spot Professor Taylor at a table with a thin-faced man. You
Yeah,
think it's the schoolmaster. You've
yeah.
heard of him. Asa Cohen, and I think that's his name. What do I do with my list? Oh, bingo, bango. Asa Cohen, and it's up to you if you wish to join them or not.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, okay. So he introduces himself and he learns who you are, and you all sit down and they start talking about education and all these and stuff that you can follow along with. You're a
Yeah.
physician, you understand leeches and and sewing up people and stuff. So yeah, y'all have a nice conversation, and then he leaves at the end of the meal. Uh, uh, um, um, yeah, he actually I'm gonna retro something else in that he mentions that Minister Hart will probably not be at the at the party tomorrow night. I'm not sure why. He just said he wasn't going. Very strange. And then he bids you all adieu and a good evening, and he leaves
But
the inn.
has he normally attended?
Uh,
I want.
yes, he has normally attended, but he seems reticent this year.
Okay.
And then he leaves.
Then I'll let him leave then
Okay,
after that.
yeah. So then the two of you are there at in the tavern, the common room.
I
Kind of
I hope you don't mind, Doctor, but I am a little curious with this boy that's gone missing. Would you care to accompany me to check out his desk in the schoolhouse?
And you think his desk would have information?
Well, maybe. You never know what children know.
Do you have permission to look through the desk?
Uh, the well, I can't think of the guy's name. The instructor didn't think there was anything to it, and it seemed like he was hiding anything. But children can be most perceptive.
I mean, yes, but that does not. Do you have permission to enter school grounds? As you are not.
I won't be taking anything. It's purely just to quench my curiosity.
I will accompany you, but I will
You can stay outside if you
leave
wish.
you to go in.
Yeah.
So you wander over to the schoolhouse. Um, hold on just a second. Oh, there it is. Uh, the schoolhouse is dark. It's very quiet. Um, from the woods nearby, there's some strange shadows that move, that seem to be moving in a way they shouldn't. You don't know. It's hard to tell. Uh, yeah. But otherwise, it's dark and kind of creepy out. But yeah, you get to the schoolhouse no problem, and you find the
All
front
right.
door is unlocked.
Okay. And I open the door and walk inside.
Yep, it's pretty dark in there. With an almost half full moon coming in through the windows, you can make out the desks and that kind of thing. You can't see anything really specific. Nothing looks changed from when you left this afternoon, as far as you can tell. It's very, like I
Okay.
said, very dark.
Like I said, I just want to go over to his desk
Mm-hmm.
and take out the papers
Mm-hmm.
and maybe go to a window. I don't want
Yeah.
to light a candle or anything, but
Okay.
go to a window and look through the papers, see
Most
if
of
there's.
it's actually not so much papers. There's a couple pieces of paper, and then there's a slate. You know, like a little tiny
Oh,
chalkboard they can draw.
yeah.
But instead of writing or having like letters or something or math or something on it, there's all these pictures drawn on it. Um, it looks kind of like that. Can you see that? I can scan that and send it to you guys.
Hold
I
on. Let me
see it.
turn my phone. It's cropped like really bad.
Yeah, let me scan it real quick. I forgot to make this prop. It's drawn on there. Uh,
Wait, okay, do it again.
okay, wait, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I don't want Instagram. Boom. I forgot about this handout because it's mentioned briefly, and I really wish it was. There it is. What's this kid's name?
Jonathan Sampson.
John
Sampson.
Sampson's slate. So this is just a straight up. There it is.
All right.
And I'll put it back up here. Ooh, spooky. Child's drawings, apparently,
Gotcha.
um, are on the slate in his desk. Everything else looks pretty typical. Primers. Um, the primer's religious, obviously, and that kind of thing. There's not a whole lot.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put everything back in his desk and
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk out.
Do you say anything to the doctor, or do you just walk by him and leave?
Well, right now I just walk out. If he says
Okay.
anything,
Yeah. Okay.
well, no, I will say like he did have some strange drawings on his slate, but I mean I can't make any heads or tails of it. Looked like some sort of fantastic creature.
I mean, children have imaginations.
Yep. As they like, I'll close the door and leave.
Okay, the two of you go. Go back to the inn and go to sleep. 31st comes. It is actually a really nice day. A little chilly, of course. It's late October in Connecticut, northern Connecticut. People in town are very busy all day. If there's anything in particular you wish to do, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just move on to the party at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Hold on one second. I got to get my dinner out of the oven real quick.
Dinner. Sean, you hear a couple rumors that day
Okay.
about the Pine Woods to the west of
Pine.
town. Yes,
Okay.
the Pine Woods. It has an evil reputation. It's said to be haunted by evil spirits and used by the Indians back in the day for strange rituals involving animal sacrifices. Not many
I'm
people
back.
like going in there. They don't like going into the pine woods, and they don't. Hunters don't tend to go in there because weird stuff has happened. There's strange noises and stuff, and some have come back and they don't remember what happened to them, but their minds have been lost. So some of the children use it as a dare. They dare each other to go out into the pine woods. So you hear those rumors that day. Ooh, spooky.
Yeah. Seems like silly superstitions.
Of course, you're a man of science. Yeah, so the party starts around 3 o'clock. There's music, dancing, food, games, ghost stories, fortune telling, and you hear about there's going to be a scavenger hunt that evening. The Squire has a very large house. Let's see. Let me send you the pictures. Thomas Roberts' house. His house looks like this. It's a large two-story affair with a third story that's probably some kind of an attic space. There's a plan of the house. The downstairs has several large rooms. They're all done up with pumpkins or squash. Jack-o'-lanterns are not a thing yet, so there aren't any jack-o'-lanterns or anything like that. But the living room and the bedroom, and it's a library downstairs, and the kitchen and the keeping room are all set up for guests. The front and the back doors are open. They There's a back door near the kitchen, and children run around. Almost looks like all the children are here from town, except for poor John Sampson, who people are still talking about him. That it's been 2 days now, but there's tables laden with food. There's casks of ale. People are enjoying drink and food. Children are bobbing for apples in the corner. There's a group of musicians playing. One is an older gentleman who stands out to you. He is what the hell? He is playing the violin. He also plays the flute during that evening, along with these other musicians. In between in between playing songs, he sits and he smokes a pipe. I really like this picture, so I'm sending that on. Smokes a long pipe. He seems to be in good spirits. Chats with people. He seems very friendly. You find out that's Mike Little. He is in charge of the choir at the church, the children's choir at the church, and he's a wealthy philanthropist and a church-going man. And everybody seems to like him. Everybody seems to talk to him. You meet Squire Roberts again. You meet his wife Jane. Jane Roberts. Here she is. Boop. A very lovely woman. Her hair all done up high above her head. You talk with the schoolmaster. He's there. You hear some gossip. You again hear about Minister Hart that he had some apprehensions about the event this year and chose not to attend. He has attended in past years. A few people are saying he longs for the days of Salem, and they're talking about Mike Little and how since he's in charge of the music, playing the violin, everybody is really impressed and enjoy about that. I don't know if you guys wanted to do any role play or talk to any people or not. Up to you.
Yeah. Dr. Brannon would mingle.
Yeah, of course. I mean, anybody specifically.
No.
No, okay. Yeah, you're mingling. You meet a lot of people. There's a lot of townsfolk here. You two seem to be the only out-of-towners. You do learn from Squire Roberts that he did invite some other people, but they obviously couldn't make it for whatever reason. He notes that there was a Continental Army officer from Providence he was hoping would come that he met recently, but Obviously, he didn't make it, and another minister. Um, he also knows about Minister Hart and is unsure why he's not there. It's very strange that Minister Hart's not here. He notes to you. Um, he's usually at every one of these parties and every social event that we have in town. Um, Aaron, how about sorry, Professor? Anybody you want to talk to in specifically or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I would have mingled. I probably would have talked to Squire Roberts or whatever.
Yep, yep. He's glad to talk to you. Oh, so glad you came. That kind of thing. Uh,
Right.
Make sure that you have plenty to eat and drink. The food is excellent. Several house slaves are serving food to people. Others are on just like big buffet tables, that kind of thing. There's a lot of like hay and straw and decorating the house, making it feel kind of rustic. About a half an hour before sunset, the squire announces the scavenger hunt will be held for the children is about to begin. All the children should gather near the pumpkin patch outside, out back. And a bunch of kids just go rushing out the back door. Parents follow them. Several other people are following. Most men with a mug of ale in their hand. Several women with mugs of ale in their hand as well. I don't know if y'all want to go out or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna watch the kids run around and
Yeah.
get candy and
Yeah.
stuff. The squire gives the squire gives the signal to begin, and the children run out into this large pumpkin patch, starting to look for candy, little toys, whatever that has been hidden out there for these children. This goes on for a few minutes when suddenly a very thick fog arises, covering the field and the nearby woods. You hear the cawing of crows. The parents and the other adults standing around start looking at each other, kind of. Uh, uh, that's strange. If you want, you can make a natural world check. Whether you have points in it or not.
Nope.
I don't, but I mean, if you're using the Down Darker Trails base stats, I think we all have a 20 for
Yeah.
Natural World.
Yeah, I'm just using Down Darker Trails base stats.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I'll try
make
it
a
at
roll.
least. 86.
Okay. Yeah, so you think whatever you want to think. Some of
Right.
the other adults start calling the children to come back. And several of the children come back, but not all of them do.
Say, what about a biology roll? Could I
Mm,
try that?
no, I don't think biology would be appropriate for a weather condition.
I guess I'm thinking about the behavior of the crows. Is the crows doing anything that's out of the ordinary?
It's dark. They shouldn't
Oh,
be out. They shouldn't be doing anything after dark. You know what I mean?
okay.
Crows go to,
Yeah.
to, to nest at dark like all birds, and they pretty much quiet down in the night.
Oh,
So yeah, that's a little odd. Uh,
Okay.
several several um, several parents head out into this fog as well and start calling for their children. Um, and during the midst of all this, the schoolmaster starts. Wait, everyone, gather together. We've got to calm down and do a systematic search of the area. Is what he said. Somebody calls for lanterns. Um, a few people grab muskets from Squire Roberts' house. Um, uh, um, I don't know. What do y'all want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna help. I'll help with the search.
Okay.
yeah. Help round kids up.
Alrighty. Um,
Move.
People are trying to look for footprints, tracks. They're not finding any of these children. People are calling out who's missing.
I don't
The
want to hit you.
schoolmaster is heading out to search as well. Squire Roberts is trying to figure out what children have gone missing. You can each, if you wish, make a track roll. Don't forget, you can push rolls if you want. Don't
Oh,
forget.
that's yeah. Yeah. I'll try a track, and I'll probably push it too. Yeah, that's a fail. Oh wait, 96.
96. That's terrible. Okay, are you pushing it? Did you push it?
Yeah, I'm pushing it.
How about you, Sean?
I just failed.
And I failed that roll too, but I'm taking my time.
All right, you take a very long time, and we'll get back to you. Um,
Ooh,
it it they they're trying to assess who is missing. Um, some people start blaming Squire Roberts, uh, claiming he's behind it. He protests his innocence. Um, uh, Everybody, you can both. Oh no, yeah, Aaron, you'll be able to make a spot hidden here shortly. But go ahead and make me a spot hidden there, Doctor Brannon.
nope.
Nope. Okay. You can look around. You can push a spot hidden too if you want to look around more carefully.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah. Okay. Make the roll. You might make it. You guys pick two guys who aren't really like
Now I got an
Right.
extreme success.
extreme success. So as people are gathering and accusations are starting to be made and they're trying to figure out how many what kids are actually missing, you notice that that the schoolmaster is missing. You don't see him anywhere. You also don't see Mike Little anymore. The other like people playing instruments are still there. They were helping with the search, but you don't see the older man. Um, they start calling out the names, and Aaron, you have finally found some footprints, uh, and it looks like it's they all lead. There's footprints of children, and then there's booted prints, and they all lead into the woods.
All right, I'm gonna call out to people that I found something.
Okay, people start running over, rushing over. Sean, they've named off the kids. Somebody's
Okay.
counting on his fingers, and you realize there's 12 children that have gone
That are
missing.
missing.
Yes, you can make an idea check or an occult check. I don't think you have points in occult.
No idea. Okay. 99.
Okay, no idea. All right. Yeah. Um, um, Aaron, Professor, as the crowd starts coming over, you've got a lantern so you can see. You notice these boot tracks are really strange. They're large. These are large-footed men, but they're not. They don't weigh anything. They're barely pushed down into the dirt. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like they were very light but large men, which is
Okay.
weird.
Seems odd.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
seems contradictory. Or at least they had giant feet. Maybe they had really large men with large feet. I don't know. So you've
Well,
noticed this.
that could be why it's not compressed down because it was such large feet. Their weight must
There you
have
go.
been distributed more evenly.
Excellent, excellent.
My God, you can-
They lead into the pine woods behind the squire's house.
Okay, I'll let's say I'll let everyone know basically. Like these tracks appear to go into the woods.
Oh, not the woods. That's a terrible place. Um, that the villagers, some of them are hesitant to enter the woods. A few others are ready to go find these children, and you recognize a few as people who probably are parents. You've noticed, you notice them with the kids during the evening,
Right.
so it's like familiar. Um, but they're all of them are kind of hesitating. It's like they're looking for someone to lead them. Meanwhile, you hear somebody's there. There seems to be like some kind of altercations happening back closer to the house, like verbal altercation. Sean, people are accusing Squire Roberts of orchestrating this terrible thing, of taking the children. When a few men come back, you heard Professor Taylor call out, and some men and women went, and a few came back, and they're like, "Some men took the children," and they're mentioning these men with giant feet or something. You're not sure what the story is exactly. It's obviously coming secondhand.
Yeah.
Um,
Are there still people accusing
yes,
Thomas Roberts?
yes. There's still people who think that he's defending himself. He's like, no, I do this every year. That kind of thing.
So you all think a man that you have trusted all these years would suddenly start kidnapping children?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any kind of a social skill, Sean?
Um,
Psychology.
Psychology. Yep.
That's not no. That's not a social skill.
No, it's not.
Persuasion or fast talk or intimidation or
No
uh,
persuade, no charm,
charm. That's the other one.
intimidate,
Nope.
nothing with points.
Just base. Yeah, everything's base.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a roll. Pick one. Probably not fast talk, unless you think that Squire Roberts did it and you're trying to get him off the hook.
No.
So probably charm or
I
persuade.
would.
Probably
I will go
persuade.
with a charm.
Calm down, people. I'm your friend.
And I got a 7 out of 15.
7 out of 15. Okay, yeah, people start to calm down. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. You noticed who was missing. You noticed the couple men that had gone missing, right? Sean, didn't you make that roll?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Um, Wait, who noticed that then? Yeah, you did.
Well, you
Was
hadn't
it?
made me. Yeah, you pushed your spot check, Sean.
No, I didn't. No, I was. My spot hidden was the one counting on what kids gone missing.
I thought I told you guys Mike Little and the schoolmaster were missing.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, I told
Okay.
you that. So
Sorry.
you haven't seen any hide or hair of those two specifically. Um, yeah. Um, so what do you want to do, Professor?
How many people's out there with me?
About a half a dozen. They all seem uncertain. You're not a good
Any of them have
tracker.
muskets?
You know you're not going to be able to follow these tracks necessarily very far.
Yeah. I will ask if anyone can follow these tracks.
None of them are trackers either.
All right.
They're like, oh, in the pine woods.
Well, stay here so we can find these tracks again. I'll head up to the house to see if there's anyone that can track.
Oh, all right. I don't think there is.
Any experienced hunters?
There's not really in this town. It's unskilled laborers, a few craftsmen, and farmers. The people that hunt
Farmers
aren't skilled hunters. You know what I mean?
Farmers got to hunt for some food.
Yeah, when they
Don't
see a
they?
bird, they shoot it with their fowling
Yeah,
rifle,
I know.
and then they eat it. Look, turkeys! You know, that kind of thing.
Well, they'll get their turkey for Thanksgiving.
They're not tracking it, Aaron. They just shoot whatever they can find. We're having squirrel this year, kids, again. Thanksgiving isn't a thing yet, actually. So,
Yeah, I know.
yeah. So yeah, you get back to the house.
I'll head back.
People are talking. They're trying to figure out what to do. Where could these kids be? You hear some people say, "I still think of Squire Roberts." A few people are wondering where Minister Hart is. So yeah. So what do y'all want to do? People are milling about.
I'm still going to ask like that group or whatever at the house if there's anyone that would be willing to help follow these tracks or think that they might.
No, nobody in town is a very good tracker. If one of y'all were, that would be one thing, but they're not. And they lead into when you tell them they lead into the pine woods, people are all like, "Oh no." They're not pleased about that.
You will probably not find people willing to go into the woods, Professor. They have this superstition that it's haunted or their spirits.
What is haunted? That's some rando in the back.
Everything can be explained. I'm sure there's nothing to fear in the woods.
Well, then who took
besides
all these
the normal
kids?
Besides the normal things to fear in the woods.
Well, there were 2 people here earlier who are now missing.
There's 3 people missing. Somebody yells. Where's Minister Hart?
I will ask Squire Roberts, like maybe pull him to the side a little bit and ask him if the minister gave him a reason why he didn't show.
No, he didn't. It's very strange. He's come every other year. He's had a great time. He always enjoys everything about it. The food, the drink, uh, everything. He never said why he wasn't coming.
Have you ever noticed anything strange coming from the woods recently?
Not recently. I've heard stories of things people have seen. There's supposed to be a man out there who 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 does things to people.
Like what?
I don't know. Those people can't remember.
Oh.
It's like he's dead. That's what I've heard. There's a dead man walking around out there. He kind of looks towards the pine woods nervously.
Um,
Like
I'm going to ask him if
said,
he'd be willing to help look for these
Yeah,
missing
he'd be willing to
children.
help if you can figure out where they went, or if you had any
Well,
idea. You know what I mean? Nobody here
yeah,
tracks. There's nobody who could actually like find
right.
footprints, and that's a problem.
I, well, I'm sure if we all take our time, we could possibly follow them.
But what if the children are in
It's,
danger right now?
well, they probably are, but
Well, we
these
can't take
tracks
our
are
time then.
our only
then
chance of finding them at this moment.
I mean, I would believe if the children were in danger, we would be hearing them.
Well, they've been taken. Maybe it's Indians.
Hmm.
Aaron, those footprints were not deep enough. They were not deep
Yeah,
at all.
yeah, those footprints could have been Indians.
Why not? There's still some in this area, I bet, somewhere.
I'm sure they were too big, and they were boots. They were not moccasins.
Oh, they're disguising themselves. The squire seems pretty intent on the fact it's probably Indians took the children to scalp them or something. He's not pleased with this. What are we gonna
I don't know if
do?
my guy.
Somebody says
I
that.
don't know if my guy would know that if Indians take children, it's mainly to um, adopt them into their own ranks.
You don't know. You might. Yeah, you can know that if you want. Or you can
Okay.
have that information, accurate or not.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah, there's been stories of white children being raised
Right.
by.
Well, that's no way. They can't be raised by heathens.
Hmm.
Squire Roberts is not happy about the situation. But
So it seems like all of you fine people are very worried about these children, but not so worried that you'd actually do anything about
well,
it.
what are we to do? Go into the pine woods with just look at random and hope for the best?
It is better than
It's all
doing
we
nothing.
have to go on at the moment.
Okay, some men are gonna get together with
Can I try
guns.
a persuade? Can I try a persuade on this group?
Uh, you're gonna have to have something solid for them to go on. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Right now, you guys are just like, just go look for him. Just go look for him. You don't have any good. You don't even know exactly what
Any
direction
way
they
to
went.
really go? Yeah.
So, and the men are hesitant to just like start wandering out in these woods that they're scared of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Um, could I say something along the lines of like, you know what? There's strength in numbers. Surely
Well, they know
nothing
that.
bad could happen to us all.
They know that, but they're also kind of like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go out there. Even in groups, they're assembling to start searching the pine woods. They're not
Okay.
happy about it, obviously. Um, um, but they're getting muskets. Some of them actually are heading home to go get guns, more guns than was at Squire Roberts' house, because pretty much everybody has a gun. Um, Use it for hunting or whatever. Some of these guys might have fought in the Revolutionary War. Um, so they're heading back home to get guns. They're with plans to come back to assemble here at Squire Roberts' house to try to find these children.
Okay.
It'll probably take them about half an hour to get all assembled. Is there anything you guys want to do in that time? You've got a little time now if you want.
I'm gonna look around the area. I mean, it's probably gonna be very difficult to see if I can find maybe footprints of children leaving the immediate area of the pumpkin
Well,
patch.
that's what the professor found.
Okay, I thought those are down by the woods. Sorry.
No, no, yeah, the pumpkin patch is by the woods.
Okay.
The pumpkin patch is here. Then there's the woods, and then all this fog came in, and then the children were just gone.
Okay.
And I think he mentioned these footprints of the children. It almost looked to you, Aaron, like whoever these people were might have picked up some of these children and walked carrying them, and still their footprints were not real deep. It
Okay.
was very strange.
Okay.
Um, then I would Thomas Roberts. Where does the schoolmaster live?
He could tell. He tells you where the schoolmaster's house is. You can find
I'm
it very easily. It's just like you said. It's a small town. He gives you good instructions.
I'm gonna go look for the schoolmaster.
Yeah. Okay. Do you tell the professor, who
Yeah.
also
So
just seems to be kind of like, well, I don't live here. I don't have a house to go get a gun
I
at.
mean, I've noticed that the schoolmaster and the one musician, they've since gone missing as well. So
You're
I
saying this is the
figured,
professor?
yes,
Okay.
I thought I might go and see maybe uh, they went home.
Yeah, I can accompany you, and perhaps we could look for the minister as well.
Yes,
Okay. So you go to the schoolmaster's house first.
yes.
Yeah.
Let me check my map here. I think it's going to be closer than the church. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, you find it. It's he. It's a very small house. Obviously, he's not paid a whole lot. It's dark. It looks like basically a one-room house. You know what I mean? He probably never fixes his own food. There's a chimney with a tiny swirl of smoke coming out, like a fire that was lit in the morning and has gone out since, and there's not much left of it.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Doesn't appear anybody's home.
It is dark, unless he went home and immediately went to bed.
I will knock.
No answer. Yeah, it's not locked.
Uh, I'll open it real quick and just.
Yeah. There's a small room within with a bed. There's a little tiny bit of light. You can see a lantern on a small table, and you can make out the shapes of what appears to be a desk and a little shelf with a bunch of books on it. Everything is just thrown into shadows, though.
Okay. Well, it would seem that he is not here.
Yeah, nobody's in the bed. Nobody's at sitting at the table.
I'm gonna light the lantern or
Yeah,
whatever and look
yeah,
around.
the room is all lit up. Nobody's in
All right.
there. You start looking around the room. There's books. They're all like they're educational books. They're math books, science books. It's all the books he uses to teach the children. There's a few fictional books. Nothing seems to be out of place here. Um,
I was about to ask if I could do a library search to see if there's anything out of place, but
there's
now you
not.
just said there's nothing.
Yeah, there's
Nothing out
not
of
a
place.
whole lot. You know what I mean? It's maybe a dozen books.
Or say,
Go ahead.
yeah, or some sort of books that maybe don't belong.
No, no. Everything looks like it's
All right.
it's supposed to be here. There's papers on his desk, and it looks like some stuff that he's graded. There's a lot of stuff is probably done on slates though. Um, there's a stick like on the top of the desk. Looks like it'd be good, the perfect stick for beating a bad boy. That kind of thing.
Right.
Rulers, yardstick, that kind of stuff. Stuff you don't find anything that you don't expect to find there.
Okay. Uh, should we check on the minister?
Yeah, I think that would be the next choice.
You gonna go to the church or to the house beside the church?
The house beside the church.
Knock, knock, knock. There's no answer there either.
Then I'll try the church.
Yeah, the church is open. You walk in. Um, Go ahead and give me a sanity check.
Ooh.
There's a body hanging from the rafters of the church.
Oh, I failed my sanity
It only
check.
costs you 1 to fail, 0
All
if you
right.
succeed. It's like, oh! Sean, you've seen the minister. Who saw the
Good
minister
lord.
around town?
I think it was Aaron.
Oh, was it Aaron? Okay. So, Aaron,
Oh,
you've seen the minister. Yeah, that's
that's why
him.
I'm so. That's why I'm so strucken.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he's hung himself. There's a piece of paper on the floor under his feet. And there's a knocked
I'll
over stool that he must have brought in.
Read the
I'll
notes.
look at the.
Here's the paper. That's all it says.
Okay.
Okay.
Guilty of what?
He. Uh, Doctor, can you tell how long this man's been here?
Um, I mean, how high up is he? And can we actually like?
Only a couple feet off the floor.
Yeah, I will do a biology.
Well, you could take him down first, Sean. You don't have to examine the body while it's hanging
The
there,
crime
do
scene.
you? No, no. There's no crime scene.
All right.
There's no cops in this village. There's probably not even a constable in this entire
all right.
township.
We'll lower him down.
Yeah, you can look him over. Give me a medicine check.
Medicine.
Yes.
Okay.
You are a doctor.
I hope he'd have medicine. What kind of doctor is
I
he?
got a 66, which is exactly what my limit is.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. The neck is broken, but he's got all these bruises on his body and the back of his head that look like they were made by a blunt object. This man looks like he was beaten to death. And your guess is that someone beat him to death and then strung him up.
To make it look like
Uh-huh.
suicide. I do not believe this man killed himself. If you see this,
I kind of don't. Yeah, I kind of didn't think so either. How would he be able to take the children if he was already hung up in the church?
that he wouldn't have,
Could have
obviously.
taken the children, run back here, killed himself.
And killed him. I believe this man was actually beaten to death, and somebody strung him from the rafter. And you said there's like no local law. This is just
The locals would handle it, or send send word to Hartford, or even
okay.
Suffield. They could send word to. There's probably a constable. There's probably like one constable there, who is the local law enforcement. In most cases, in this time period, people do the law enforcing themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
People will yell murder, 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 and a crowd will gather to grab the murderer and drag him away and lock him up somewhere and that kind of thing. So
Okay.
I don't believe there's any real official policing in the United States quite
Okay.
yet.
Well, I want to look around and see if I can't find like something I could cover the body with.
It's a church. You're probably gonna want to go in his house and get a sheet or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's nothing in here. You could take. There's probably like a covering on the altar. You know, like a piece of cloth over the altar.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd go over to his house and.
Okay. So, Aaron, what about you? Are you gonna go with him, or are you
Yeah.
staying here?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with him over to the house too, but I want to look through his house.
Okay. So, Sean, so Dr. Brannon looks for a sheet. Basically, you could take one off the bed. You could see if he has a spare. It's up to you, Sean. Or a
Yeah,
quilt.
I'd look for like
There's
a linen
quilts
closet.
and stuff. Yeah, you're looking for a linen closet. Meanwhile, the professor's lighting lanterns and looking through the house for anything unusual. You do come across. He does. It's a small. These are all small houses. 2 rooms, maybe 3 tops in most cases, except for rich people. You do find in the drawer of a nightstand, Aaron, is a it's like a bound leather book which you open up and there's handwriting. It looks like a journal.
All right, I'm going to go to the last entry.
Okay, Sean, you find Dr. Brannon finds a sheet, an extra sheet
Okay.
that you can take over to the church, um, and actually you start finding several entries of interest. Uh, Professor, bum
Okay.
bum bum. Who wants to read the interesting entries, which go back to about May? And actually, this is all the journal consists of, pretty much. Um, there's not a lot of like daily stuff. It's not like a journal like today I did this, blah blah blah. It almost looks like he was spying on somebody or trying to find out information about somebody. Who wants to read it?
Hey, I'm reading it right now.
Well, who wants to
Yeah.
read it out loud?
Yeah. As he's like coming down, I'll say, listen to this.
Okay, yeah. And then go ahead, read it for us, Aaron.
May 13th. There's something odd about the new choir leader, Mike Little. I can't quite place it. Many of the things he says do not match with the facts I know. In particular, he claims to have attended a college of, no, the college of William and Mary. However, when I asked him on particular tenure professor there, he seemed vague and unable to recall certain specifics. June 30th. Mr. Little has proven to be quite the musician. He is able to play a variety of instruments with the mastery I have never seen before. He could very well play courts of Europe if he had chosen. He has done quite well with the choir group of yeah, if a bit harsh, but still there is something odd about the man that I cannot write.
It's supposed to be
That
can't. That's a typo in the
gotcha.
scenario. It's supposed
Can't
to be
quite
a
place.
yeah, or
Yeah,
cannot works either way.
yeah. July 12th. Mike Little's behavior today was quite bizarre. He was speaking to the trees seemingly. No one was there at all. I heard, oh, no one was there, and all I heard was a cawing and clicks of crows. When he saw me approach, he quickly went down the road.
Hmm.
August 1st, I heard Mike Little utter name,
Yeah,
utter name blasphemate today, a name which I
Baphomet.
have not heard in many years. He said it only in a whisper, and though no one was around, little did he know in my youth, I fought him in the wars against the Indians under General George Washington and learned by necessity to move with little sound. I shall keep a closer eye on him, for blasphemate is another name for the archfiend himself. October 30th.
Yesterday.
He has been very cautious as of late, and I suspect he knows I watch him. I have been unable to observe anything unusual for quite some time and was beginning to think it was all my imagination. Last evening, I saw in conversation with cloaked and hooded figures in the pine woods. I know not who these people were, but I suspect something is to happen on All Hallows Eve, a night of witchcraft, if there ever was one. I will watch on his house tomorrow night. I wonder if all this has to do with the disappearance of John Sampson. I spoke with the squire, but he is a deitist
Yeah.
and considers me to be superstitious. I will not speak with anyone else until I have some proof of wrongdoings. How things would have been different in
Cotton Mather.
Cotton Mather's day.
Yeah, you guys know
Sorry,
who
it
Cotton
crossed
Mather
off.
was. He was the one who basically was there to with the witchcraft trials in Salem. He
Uh-huh.
judged these people, found them guilty, that kind of thing. Cotton Mather was a very he was very he was a he wrote the Hammer was it the Hammer of Witches, which was all about prosecuting witches for their witchcraft. Deism, you both know, is the religion of nature, a form of rational theology that emerged among free-thinking Europeans in the 17th and 18th century. Deists insisted that religious truths should be subject to the authority of human reason rather than divine revelation. So when he says that the Squire's a deist, that's what he means.
Okay.
So yeah, so you caught him. You caught Dr. Brannon going out the front door and said, "Hey," and then you read this to him while
Okay.
he's holding a sheet or something to put over the
Yeah,
minister's body.
So Mike
Yeah.
Little utters the name Baphomet.
But the odd crowing that we heard before the children was taken. Perhaps there's something in Tom Little's house.
Mike Little.
Mike Little.
Or do you think we should go back to the party with this information?
Well, I mean, I think it would be easier for us to get people around for looking for these children if we have more information. I do not wish to create a mob after this Mike Little.
Get him! Get the monster!
As of yet, he's not done anything wrong, as far as we know.
Well, there's 6 children missing now.
Like 12.
Yes, you could actually tell him
Oh.
there are 12. No, there were 12 missing from the party.
Yeah, so like 13 children missing, and now we have.
Aaron, I need you to make me an occult or an idea check. Go ahead, Sean. Finish your sentence. Sorry.
Now we have a dead minister, and the schoolmasters, as far as we can tell, nowhere to be seen.
I made a success on my idea check.
With 13 and everything you've just been reading, Cotton Mather, all that shit, that's a perfect number for a witch's coven.
Okay. Yeah. I will say that then.
Okay.
Yes, let's go to John. Well, do you know where John Little lives? Because I
Mike
don't.
Little.
Probably.
Mike Little.
And no, neither of you know where he lives.
So let's go back to the party and.
Yes, we'd have to find that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to stop by the church and put that? What'd you get?
Yes.
A quilt or a sheet or something?
Just grabbing a sheet.
Yeah, you're going to put a sheet over the minister's body. Yeah. Okay. So you stop on the church and then you head over to the party. It looks like men are just starting to gather. You recognize the baker. He's a pudgy little fella. He's got a musket. Squire Roberts is there. He has a flintlock pistol stuffed in his belt, and he's carrying a musket. There's a man you don't recognize, Sean. He's got a musket. The miller, you met the miller, or you at least saw him at work. He's carrying a club. There's another man you don't recognize. He's got a hatchet in his belt. He's got a musket. There's a big guy. Well, he's not real big, but he's good sized. And he's got a musket. The baker. Did I say the baker already? I don't think I did. He's got a musket. The blacksmith you recognize is carrying his hammer. This big ass fucking hammer. He's got a pistol tucked in his belt, a flintlock pistol. Matthew Silver's there. He also has a saber as well as a pistol that he's holding in his hand. And the silversmith is also there with a musket. Looks like these are the townsfolk who have armed themselves and are ready to help.
Yep.
The rest of the townsfolk have either not yet returned or are not coming back. You don't know, or maybe they've gone off on their own to look. But these are this group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 men are there, have assembled, and looks like they're ready to set out to try to find the children as the two of you arrive unarmed. And everybody looks at you. So there you go.
I'll approach the group saying I found this. I don't know what word he'd actually use. I don't know if evidence was a
It's a
word.
journal. You just call it that if you want.
All right. Yeah. Say I've discovered this journal that the minister was under suspicion of John Little,
Mike Little.
and oh yeah,
You
Mike
say
Little.
John every time. Wait, you mean Mike Little? I think that should be the professor's thing. He always gets Mike Little's name wrong.
There's bound to be
Who's
some name that he
John
gets
Little?
wrong. He's a
That's okay.
professor. Um,
What about him? What about him? They want to see it. They're ready to look at it. If you're willing
yeah,
to look.
yeah. I'll show the
They've got
entries or whatever.
lanterns. A couple guys have torches.
And the minister, and we found the minister hung in the church.
What? That is a huge shock to everybody. I mean, these people probably knew him most of their lives. One guy's like, like that. Everybody is pretty shocked at them. He was hung. People, what happened? What happened? They want to know what happened.
There was a note that said, yeah, there was a note under the body that said, "I am guilty," but we did not believe that to be true.
It appears, in my medical opinion, that the minister was beaten to death and someone hung him to make it appear to be suicide.
Oh, this man's a doctor. He's all the way from Springfield. People are pretty. These men are pretty riled up. There are a few women here as well, townsfolk. They are not armed. One of them faints at this terrible revelation that you've made, Dr. Brannon. Well, what should we do, Squire? Whoa. The Squire seems torn. He's not exactly sure what to do. You're guessing he doesn't have military service.
Perhaps a small group should try to follow those tracks while another group of us, and like he's referring to himself in this, checks out Tom Little's house.
Who's Tom Little? He means Mike Little. He means Mike Little.
Mike Little. Mr. Little. That's what he's going to start saying now. Mr. Little.
Excuse me. All right. So, you guys can divide up this group if you want. You can also arm yourselves. There are some extra muskets in the Squire's house, he says to you, if you wish to have a flintlock pistol or a musket. He also has 2 blunderbusses, which nobody has taken, if anybody wants one of those. That's essentially a shotgun, but it uses a rifle.
Okay, so I would like a flintlock pistol.
Okay, yeah. He'll give you a pistol. He gives you a bag full of gunpowder and some shot. Bullets. Balls, basically. They're these thick, like 54 caliber balls.
I'm not going to take anything.
Not taking anything, Sean? No. Not even like a knife? Something to stab with?
When people jump ahead, mistakes can happen.
Yeah, that's fine. Say again, Aaron?
I was going to say, he can take a torch. He's the torch bearer.
You could carry a torch or a lantern.
I'll carry a lantern.
They do have those. They're not super bright, but you know. So, Aaron, you took a pistol?
Yeah.
So a flintlock pistol, if you want to write down at the bottom of your character sheet or note it on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I was starting to.
It is it damages a 1d6 plus 1. The range is 10 yards. You can use it, the usage or the number of attacks is 1/4. So 1 every 4 rounds.
Gotcha.
It takes you 3 rounds essentially. Fire, poof,
yeah.
3 rounds to reload.
Yeah,
all the weaponry is like that. These are all one shot. Ammo's 1. Malfunction is a 95.
All right.
Everybody's looking to y'all for leadership. You're a doctor and you're a professor.
And a professor.
So who do you want to go? Who do you want to go where? You know what I mean? You've got this group of what I say 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 men. Most of them armed with muskets and some with pistols.
So 5 of those men or the men with the muskets.
Mm-hmm.
No, let's see. Let's say, how many have muskets? How many have pistols?
Let's see. Squire Roberts has both. Isaac Wood, you learn his name is a farmer. He has a musket. The miller, Samuel Glane, has a club. He doesn't have any kind of a ranged weapon, but they can get him a musket, but he doesn't know how to use it. The carpenter is Increase Humphrey. He has a musket and a hatchet. Cotton Wiley has a musket and he says, "I got this too," and he holds his fist up. The baker Miles Brisk has a musket. The blacksmith Lazarus Smart has a hammer and a pistol. Matthew Silver, the innkeeper, has a saber and a pistol, and the silversmith Rufus Jones has a musket. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 5 with no 6 with muskets, because the baker's got a musket as well, Brisk.
Okay, so
And then you got a few with pistols, and Squire Roberts has both.
okay, let's say 3 of the ones with the muskets come with us and show us where Mike Little's house is at,
Okay.
and then the rest, led by Squire Roberts, try to follow the tracks. And if we can catch up to you when if we find anything more substantial, we'll come back to you.
Yeah. Who do you want? Do you want anybody specific? You got Isaac
No,
Wood, the
just
farmer.
whoever wants to come with us, basically.
Okay. Let's give you Isaac Wood. He's a farmer. Increase Humphrey. I'm gonna give you as many in order as I can, so we can keep them all kind of grouped here.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on. Let's see. Musket. Let's give you the carpenter. Increase Humphrey. Cotton Wiley. You learn he does manual labor in town. He's a bit of a bully. And the baker Miles Brisk. Each of them has a musket, and they're all kind of together in a patch here. So why don't you take the 3 of them? And that makes it a little easier for me. Okay, so the rest are to go into the woods and look, while they'll take you to Mike Little's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A plan. People seem to be happy that there is a plan. Hooray!
What was the bully's name?
The bully is Cotton Wiley.
All right.
You learned the Squire
Man, if
once
Yorie
gave
was
him
going to show up, now would be a good time. Oh.
Yeah, I know. If Yorie showed up, it's like, oh yeah, I'll take that Colonel guy. Does he shoot well? Yes, he does. Or
yeah, I figured he did.
Or the seamstress. The seamstress is probably the best shot of all of you guys, because her background was she was from a rich family that then the father ruined them and she ended up in poverty. But before that happened, she actually learned how to shoot. So I like having strong women. And then the other lady, what's her name? Virginia White. She runs all of her husband's businesses. And so she's like, I'm going to the party. You're going to stay here and keep an eye on things.
Gotcha.
So my women characters are actually pretty kick-ass and cool. I like them. Anyway, into the woods you go. Into the pine woods.
No, we're going to
Yeah,
Mike
that's where they
Little's
say
house.
Mike Little's house is.
Oh.
The pine woods.
Okay.
So if you want to change your plan, you can.
I mean, if that's where Tom Little is going and they went into the woods.
You mean Mike Little?
Let's all, Mr. Little, yeah. Let's all go to Mr. Little's house.
Yeah, they can change the plan if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Or
you got a whole group of men, heavily armed men, tromping through the woods, through the pine woods. The pine woods. Here it is.
It's like one of these things where they're heading to follow these tracks that's going to the woods. We're going slightly different to the woods, and we're like, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, you said that. You said, wait, where's Mike Little's house? And they point directly at the pine woods. It's a couple miles to the pine woods.
No, yeah.
We don't want to go. Okay, so you guys all group up, and everybody's going. All right, yeah. You can change your plan. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
I really want all these guys to do the shooting.
They might be. I'm gonna let you guys do a lot of dice rolling for them, though.
That's fine.
So as you're going through the pine woods, you find these. You got lots of lanterns, and somebody's like, "What is this?" And they pick up this feather, but it's like this big. It's black. Um, does anyone have natural world, science,
Nope.
biology?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Make me a roll in science, biology, and Sean, you can do a natural world if you wish. If you don't
I have
have,
both. I'll do
You-
biology because it's technically one higher.
oh yeah, you do have biology because you're a doctor. Yeah. You guys are the guys for this job. What is this,
Hard success.
Aaron? You
Good, 'cause
failed.
I failed.
Um,
I failed.
that's a crow feather, Sean,
Okay.
but it is way too big
Yeah.
to be a crow feather.
More the size like what a raven might have.
No, bigger than that.
Ooh.
Like a man-sized crow might have a feather
Ooh.
like that.
Okay.
Are you gonna tell people this? I need a snack. What is? I've never seen a feather like this. Oh, that's what a. Some of the men are talking. Everybody's kind of crowded around this guy holding the feather. It's Cotton Wiley, by the way, who found the feather.
It would appear to be similar to that of a crow, but that would be a very large crow.
How large of a crow?
Large enough to carry off farm
The
animals,
size of a
sheep,
man?
goats.
Children.
Yes, small children. This is unusual.
It's unheard of.
Technically, this would be probably a new species.
I'm gonna lean over to the doctor.
Uh-huh.
Just kind of say to him in hushed tones
Mhm.
that when I checked out the missing school child's desk, his drawings on his slate looked like crow men.
You said they were unusual creatures. You had said nothing that they appeared to be bird-like.
Well, they seemed bird men definitely are unusual creatures. I thought it just the imaginations of a child, like you had said.
Yes.
But this is
I mean, there are stories of all kinds of creatures that have lived in the wilds. I remember seeing a display of a furred trout. But, I mean, typically it is a man-made thing to gain publicity and take money from those willing enough to give it away.
Whoa.
But this is a very large feather for a crow.
Yes, it is.
Sanity
Perhaps
check.
Mike Little
No.
dyed a
It's
larger
weird,
bird feather black.
I mean,
We should make haste to Mike Little's house.
it could be possible that this has been dyed black. It's hard to tell in the middle of the night.
To Mike Little's.
Yes, you head on to Mike Little's. You're in the midst of the pine woods. You see a man running through the woods. He appears to be a rotting corpse. Hairless, with fang-like teeth, long fingernails, and covered in blood. Make me a sanity check.
I had to grab my dice.
Ooh, what's that?
I failed.
You failed. Excellent.
I barely succeeded.
You succeeded, you lose a point. Shaunair, 2 points. Ooh. All right. Let's see how your companions fare. The Squire is fine. Isaac Woods. Oh! He lost one. Big deal. He's a little shook up. Samuel Glane just succeeded. Literally rolled his sanity. Increase Humphrey is fine. These guys are doing great. Oh, how about Cotton Wiley? Cotton Wiley. Cotton Wiley flips out. He lost 6 sanity.
Damn.
His only
He's already seen
thing
some
that's
stuff.
going for him is he has not got much intelligence. He does not make the connection. He does put his musket to his shoulder and goes like, "Kill it!" and fires a loud shot in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the night. Miles Brisk is fine. Wow, the blacksmith is fine. That's Lazarus Smart. Matthew Silver is fine. I'm rolling right under all their sanities. And Rufus Jones. Rufus Jones failed, but he only loses a couple of sanity points. Everyone is terribly shaken by this horrible figure that just kind of rushes by. All just like runs, pivots towards your group, and just like runs past you.
Okay.
Oh, I should see if what's his name actually hit anything. Cotton, let's see what your shooting is. Cotton just missed him. You see tree splinters out there in the woods somewhere. As this terrifying man rushes by. No one except Cotton seems really shaken. Like, oh God, what the hell was that? So he is flipping out just a little bit. But like I said, he did not go temporarily insane or anything like that. He didn't make his idea check because ain't too smart.
But it just ran past us and ran deeper into the woods.
Yes.
Like in some other direction.
Yeah, it just.
All right.
It was the weirdest thing you've ever seen. It was missing pieces and parts. It looked rotten, like it was a corpse, like a running corpse.
We can't worry about that now. Our main concern is the children.
Squire Roberts, the children. Yes, the children. He's ready to push forward through these woods. He's not happy with this.
That's what I'm trying to convince the party to do.
All right, you arrive at Mike Little's house. After a couple of hold on, give me one moment. I'm gonna show you Mike Little's house. There it is, Mike Little's house. As you arrive at the edge of the cleared area around Mike Little's house and grounds, there are
That's a
outbuildings.
big house for like a house in the middle of the woods.
Oh my God, it's a huge house. Squire Roberts kind of comes abreast of both of you. Mentions to you that Mike Little has been living in the house for a couple of years. He's a widower who supposedly came to this area to forget his grief. The house was built 50 years ago, about 50 years ago, by a Judge Hubert Tootle, who had lived in the house for years and years and years till the Revolutionary War, and then died during the Revolutionary War. He wasn't in the war; he died. And the house stood vacant until Mike Little bought it. Hence, yeah, it's a massive house, 2-story tall, very big, bigger than Squire Roberts' house. It's just a big house. It's dark. You don't see any lights on at Mike Little's house at all.
While the Squire Roberts has us aside, I want to ask him if the minister had said anything else to him about Mike Little.
No, he hadn't.
Other than what he had mentioned, in his journal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He never said anything about that to us at all.
I thought the last journal entry said he said something to the Squire Roberts.
Did it? Let me double check.
Yeah, I spoke with the Squire, but he's a deist and considers me superstitious.
Yeah, he does mention that the minister had mentioned something to him about Mike Little was up to something occult.
Okay.
The minister's a deist. He believes in nature. I mean, not the minister. Squire Roberts does.
Squire.
Okay.
So he says, yes, he mentioned something to me, but I just thought he was just being a minister. It's basically what Squire Roberts tells you.
Gotcha.
And deists don't have a whole lot of faith in the ministers and stuff because they believe in the reality. They're more.
Say the minister's believing in the supernatural, and he believes in science. Essentially.
Science.
Well, yeah.
God made the world the way it is for a reason. Things work the way they're supposed to work. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not an atheist, but he doesn't believe that there are witches and ghosts and all that crap.
Yeah, it's more like we're, God's 8th grade science project, and he just kind of left us in the closet afterwards.
Yeah. It's
things just happen because that's how things happen.
They're supposed to happen, but all the supernatural stuff is usually just not. So he's a realist, pretty much. So yeah, he doesn't contradict that. He's like, oh yeah. I just thought he was being hysterical. He's a minister. He's a congregationalist. They believe in many things. Make spot hiddens, both of you.
All right. Can I push mine? Oh.
You can push by looking real hard at the house. If your character will do that.
I guess I don't know the context of it, I guess. But
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to push it.
Okay, Dr. Brannon, you see a figure in a window. It's odd shaped. And as you watch, it leans back. An arrow comes flying out of the window.
Oh shit!
In the direction, in everyone's direction, I guess, in the direction of the group huddled at the edge of Mike Little's property. Misses. Goes into a tree. And the figure disappears from the window. The men are like, oh, what was that? They're startled.
But no one's pushing to go into the house at this point in time.
No. Right now, the house is pitch black dark. I'll give you listen checks, but I'm going to need an extreme success at this. You guys are back at the edge of the woods, probably about 20 or 30 yards from the house.
I believe I have critically failed. 99 out of 50.
Okay. Sean?
Yeah,
we'll deal with that in just a moment.
I just failed.
You just failed? Sean, you hear chanting. You are certain it is coming from the barn. You can just make out the barn behind the house.
Okay.
It's got to be coming from the barn. You're certain, 100%.
Yep. I saw a strange figure in the house, but I think I also hear something in the barn.
Oh, the barn. Remember, you guys are all lit up, too. You got lanterns and all this other shit. So you're kind of a bright light at the edge of the woods, and the house is just pitch black. The barn, let's burn it. That's Cotton Wiley.
No. So no one's taking into it.
So start a large fire in the middle of a forest.
Yeah.
You realize
nobody's really paying attention to him at all. None of the other men are even making eye contact with him at this juncture.
Some of you check out the barn. The rest of us will go into the house. And the group we had split up before,
Yeah,
tell them to go to the barn.
Actually,
and
I'm
we'll check
going
out
to
the
go
house.
to the barn.
So Sean's going to go to the
Okay.
barn with Increase Humphrey, Cotton Wiley, you lucky duck, you get Cotton, and Miles Brisk. The three men they're kind of clustered. You just kind of point them out, Aaron. Those are the guys
Yeah.
all have muskets.
All right. I gotta use
Increase
the
also
restroom
has a
real-
hatchet, and yeah. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Sean?
I got to use the restroom real quick. So
Okay, that's
do the
fine.
house.
Yeah, we'll do the house first. So they start creeping
Yeah.
along the edge of the woods towards the barn.
Okay.
They have one lantern and a couple of torches, 2 lanterns and 2 torches amongst them, as they're heading over that direction. You guys have 2 or 3 lanterns and a couple torches amongst you.
All right, I'm going to yell out to the house.
Mhm.
Tom Little, you. I'm no, not Tom Little.
Squire
I'm
Roberts.
sorry.
Squire Roberts nudge you. It's Mike Little.
Yeah, Mike Little. We come out peacefully, and no one will be harmed.
Make a spot hidden, Aaron. Regular spot hidden.
Ooh, that I succeeded.
You see a figure in a window. An arrow comes flying at you.
Can I dodge?
Can you? Only if you totally just duck, just jump down, duck for cover.
Well, I was saying make a dodge roll is what I'm asking.
No,
to do,
no,
but
you can't dodge this kind of thing unless
Gotcha.
you can duck and cover, which basically is you just totally hit the dirt.
I mean,
It's
if
not
I
duck
see,
and cover. It's
hell yeah. I mean, if I see someone someone took a shot at me or something, I'll
It
try
does
to
look like
dodge.
it's coming at you. Yeah, go ahead, make me a roll.
Yeah. I'll drop.
You basically just throw yourself to the ground.
17 is what I rolled.
Oh, is that a success?
What did I have to roll?
Your dodge. What's your dodge?
Oh, my dodge is
Yeah.
a 37.
Nice.
So I succeeded.
Here comes that arrow, and you're like, oh shit, and then you just drop, and yeah, that thing probably would have hit you. No, it would have hit you if you hadn't dropped. Where's the bow and arrow? There it is.
All right. I don't know how flintlocks work, but if I can lock it, I'm heading towards the door. Then I'm
can't.
ready. Cocking it.
You lose your next action is when you
I got you.
duck for cover like
That's
that. You can't do anything next round. Now, of course, they're in a house 20 yards away. And
Okay.
you're on the ground surrounded by standing men, so you're probably not in terrible danger. Some of the men are like, a couple duck behind trees. One of them grabs you. Make me a luck check. Let's use luck. I love luck.
78 is a fail.
Look out, Professor! One of them grabs you by the ankle and just drags you over behind a tree. You almost eat dirt. You're just you're dragged backwards out of the way.
Right. That's probably why I didn't eat dirt. Oh.
Yeah, that was the blacksmith. That was Lazarus Smith. He's huge. And he's like, look out, Professor! And he just literally grabbed an ankle and just ran. And you're like, as you're reaching for your pistol, all of a sudden you're in motion, and then you're behind a tree. Now you can act. If you want to jump up and draw your pistol and run into the house, you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Do you say anything?
Let's go, men.
Running towards the front door. The men seem caught off guard. Why don't you give me your persuasion skill?
I'm trying to act all heroic.
Yeah, just give me a roll. If you make it, they're like, ah, and they're just charging with you. You can't push this
No,
one.
I failed.
Okay, they're caught a little off guard. They weren't expecting to rush the house. So you're alone at first. After a few moments, you're going to hear footsteps behind you as they follow,
Okay.
but they're not with you. They're behind you because they weren't expecting just charge the house. Sean,
Gotcha.
you guys are creeping around when all of a sudden you hear yelling coming from the front of the house off to your left. You peek, you look, you just turn your heads. You see Professor Taylor is just running from the woods with a pistol in his hand across this open space between the woods and the house. Nobody's with him, and you're like, what is happening? And then a moment later, 10 yards behind him, all the men start running with their guns after him. You're not sure what's going on. Wiley says, yeah, they finally figured out that professors don't know nothing. They're going to they're gonna kill him probably. Yeah. That's that town bully guy. Um,
Ugh.
and then you lose sight of them as they all reach the front of the house. Um, Aaron, I'm gonna give whoever's shooting a bow one more shot at you.
Okay.
An arrow narrowly misses you.
Okay.
I mean, it's all far enough that you don't need to try to duck and cover. Or damn, it's
Right.
not called that.
I'm
It's called duck for cover or something like that.
gotcha. Jump for cover or something.
Something like that. An
Okay.
arrow narrowly misses you as you rush up to the stoop on the front of the house. I believe it has. Yeah, it has. Well, it's just a door. As you reach the door, um,
Okay.
anyone in any of
I'm
these
gonna.
windows is not going to really be able to see you at this juncture.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna throw the door open and wait for someone else to run inside.
Oh yeah, throw the door open. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give you all a map of the house. I'll give you the first. Oh, these are separate. I'll give you the first floor. Is this the first floor? Hold on, I gotta look at this. Yeah, that's the first floor. Kitchen, dining room. In the light, do you have a lantern?
Um.
There it is.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
No. That's why I'm waiting for someone else to
Yeah,
go.
it's pitch
It's totally
black.
white.
It's pitch black in there. There's a space in front of you. You can kind of feel an emptiness in front of you. As the others reach you, um, it illuminates a stairway going up and a hall going straight back. There are two rooms on either side. The doorways to those rooms are open. It is very dark. Um, 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 there's something standing in front of you. Somebody was
Well,
just the other side of the door when you flung it
I was
open.
say I was just gonna throw it open and stand off to the side and like check on my pistol and making sure it's in firing order or something. I don't know how they work.
You cock it and you shoot it once it's loaded. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
You cock it, you pull the trigger. They're pretty easy.
I guess I'm making sure the ball is firmly placed in the against the powder or
Well,
whatever.
what I'm saying is, you threw the door open, and as the light hit you, and you started to be able to make out the hallway, you could see something standing in front of you. Um,
Okay.
it appears to be a cloaked figure. Damn it! I don't need the pregens. Why do I have the pregens even open? Here we go.
I told you I was getting myself some.
I don't remember you saying that at all.
Yeah, he told you.
I
Pix.
don't need more ice cream.
Everyone
put it
needs
back
more
in the
ice cream.
container.
It appears to be a man-sized crow
Seriously?
wearing a rose
You
and
didn't
a
bother to
hood.
get me some?
You were asleep.
Then why did
Hey,
you tell
Sean,
me
mute
to
yourself.
get
You're
the
not
ice
there.
cream then?
Thank you. Make me a sanity check. Aaron?
So it's obviously someone in a costume.
Yeah, maybe if you make
I
the sanity, you failed. Yeah, 4 points of sanity. That is not a
Oh.
costume. The eyes glitter as they look at you, as they reflect off the light that is coming from the other men behind you. You have a pistol in your hand, cocked and ready to go. Add 50 to your
I'm
dex.
firing. You said you need my dex?
No, add 50 to it.
Oh, okay.
So that gives you you're already the fastest in the party.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's a 125. You definitely can go first if you want.
Yeah, I'm shooting it then.
This guy's got a scythe. He's carrying
What is
a
that?
fucking
The ice cream.
scythe. So yeah, you can get a shot off. Make a roll. Point blank range. So give yourself a bonus die.
Cool. Ooh, I may not. Well, yeah. Let's see what. I made it regardless.
That's okay. See if it's
okay.
it could be
Yeah.
an impale.
No, it's not.
Okay, roll me damage. D6 plus 1 for a pistol.
3 points of damage.
3 huge points of damage. There's a flash of light. All this gun smoke fills the air.
And then can I take a step to the side of the door then? And then I'm going to start reloading.
You back up to reload, and it comes forward with the scythe. The light hits it. All the men start screaming. It's going to swing at you. Do you want to fight back or dodge?
I want to dodge.
Okay, give me a dodge check.
9.
Beats my fail on my scythe. The scythe goes over your head. As the men see it, you've got everybody but these guys. They let out shrieks and screams. Aaron, go. Why don't you give me some rolls? Give me sanity checks for these guys. Just start rolling percentiles and tell me what you get.
First one's a 97.
That's a fail. That Squire Roberts just lost a ton.
Next one's a 78.
That is a fail. You suck. Oh, God, that guy lost a shitload, too. Okay.
91.
Why am I letting you do this?
I don't
know. Give me two
How
more.
many more rolls do I need?
Two more. You've got like 5 guys with you.
Oh, 46. There's a decent one.
There's a success. The innkeeper's keeping his shit together. One more.
And 5.
5 is a success. So, I had you lose. You lost some points.
Yeah, I failed mine.
Go ahead and roll me percentile one more time.
7.
7. All right. Oh, wait a minute.
See how those dice nicely balanced out? Like 3 90s and then 3 single digits.
Oh, shit. I need one more roll. 02. Okay, the Squire did okay. I missed him. Sorry. Give me one more roll.
62.
62. Oh, sweet. Okay, nobody goes temporarily insane in your party. That's awesome. That works out really well. We're going to finish this round of combat, and then we're going to jump to Sean. So, each of you can roll. Yeah, these guys just open fire on this thing. Everybody's firing into the doorway. Go ahead, and each of you give me a percentile chance. Give me a percentile roll for their shooting.
Gotcha. 87.
The Squire missed by a wide margin. Sean, you can roll percentiles too.
Right.
Keep rolling until I tell you to stop.
All right.
21.
21 is a hit with a musket from Isaac Wood. How much does the musket do? The musket does a D10 plus 4. Jesus Christ. Okay. 10 points of damage. Okay. Give me more rolls. Everybody just fired when they saw this thing. They're just like
60. 60.
6-0. Oh, wait. The miller doesn't have a gun. The blacksmith does. Nope. He has a pistol. He fired and missed. I need 2 more
69.
rolls. 69 is also a miss. Matthew Silver fired his pistol and missed. And the silversmith.
83.
Another miss. Okay. So there's bullets ricocheting throughout the house. It is super loud. The creature, the thing in front of you, you don't see what happens, but you do hear what sounds like a body hits the floor. Aaron.
Oh.
And then we're going to jump to Sean. It didn't hit the floor hard, though. Sean, you and your crew have reached... You saw him running. You picked up the pace, and you're at the entrance of the barn when you hear gunfire, just lots of gunfire coming from the other side of the house. At least 5 or 6 shots all at once.
Clearly, they have found something. We should join them.
I thought we were checking out the barn. Don't you
Well,
smart
now they are
guys know what you're
shooting
doing?
something. Gunshots
That's wily.
change things.
All right, lead the way, Mr. Smart Guy. Where do you want to go? There's
I'm
a back
heading
door.
towards... But they're around the front side, right?
Oh my God! And suddenly...
Oh, well, I feel like I'm too late. I'm just going to sit and listen.
No, you're not too late, Yorie.
It's 9. I feel like I'm too late.
No, the fight has just begun. It literally has just begun. Yeah, and it's really loud, actually, with all these muskets. Who do you want to play? I put pictures up of all the pre-gens.
I guess if the fight has just begun, I'll play the Colonel.
Colonel Ebenezer Hughey. All right, I'm gonna send them to you. We
Colonel
are at the
bring
end of the
a-
round, so you guys start running towards which part of the house, Sean? You want to run around to the front or go to the back door?
The shots are coming from the front.
Yeah, you can't see where the shots are coming from. It does sound like they're coming from the front of the house.
We'll go to the back.
Mark you. Okay, you're going to the back door. Colonel Ebenezer Hughey. Let me know if you have any trouble opening this. Colonel Hughey was late for the party. Oh dear, 2 days late. He got lost in the wilderness of Connecticut because there are no
pretty
signs telling anything about anything. When he reached the town of Aylesbury, he found the place in an uproar. As 12 children went missing from Squire Roberts' party that you were invited to. And another child has been missing for a couple of days. The last anybody heard, they were heading into the Pine Woods to Mike Little's house. They'll give you instructions on how to get there. If your character, does he have a musket? I can't remember if there's a musket on his character sheet or just a pistol.
Should be
at the bottom of
knife,
page 1.
saber, pistol.
Someone pushes a musket into your hand if you want to take it. You've got plenty of shot and powder. They say they need someone to lead them. They only have the
How
squire
much damage do a musket
and a
do?
professor from Miskatonic Liberal College and a doctor. Musket, Yorie, if you want to jot this down on your character sheet, does 1d10 plus 4 damage. It has a range of 60. That's yards.
Damn, I need to get a musket in the Wild West.
It use is 1/4, so you can use it once every 4 rounds. It takes 3 rounds to reload. Bullets are 1, and the malfunction is a 95.
See, that 1/4 Yorie, that would say no
For the Wild West,
in
yes.
the Wild West.
When
You just
literally
carry 3 of them.
you can literally go bop 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 bop. Anyway, so
You just carry 3 of them.
the Pine Woods was no place for your horse. You left it behind with one of the ladies of the town, who pointed you the direction of Mike Little's house. You were starting to fear you were getting lost when you hear the eruption of gunfire ahead of you. At least a half a dozen shots in quick succession. Boom, 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 boom. And we'll get you caught up as this proceeds. Okay, Sean, so you've reached the back door with your men. It says later edition, so we're ignoring that part of the house that of the map that I put. There's 2 back doors. You don't know which one goes where. One is on the left side of the house. One is on the right side of the house, basically. Well, they're right next to each other, but they look like they're separate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Aaron, what do you having your men do at the front?
Enter the house and look, and basically,
You haven't reloaded yet.
yeah. Say I'm going to be outside the door reloading.
Well, they all fired their guns too.
People to go. I'll be like motioning people to go inside.
Okay. The miller,
Or
Samuel
get some
Glane,
light in-
he's got a
Get
club.
some light in there.
Okay, yeah, he moves forward. He's got a torch and a club. The rest of the men are starting to reload. Matthew Silver tucks his pistol and draws his saber, and he'll go forward along with the miller. Both of them have light sources. Anybody with a musket, pretty much most of the rest of these men no longer have a light source. A lot of them dropped their lanterns and raised their rifle or their musket and fired, or their torch. And most of those lanterns have gone out. The torches are still lit on the ground. You're gesturing them forward.
Yeah.
You can make a listen check too, Aaron, but it's going to require a penalty die. You just fired a pistol, within arm's length of your head.
Got to give me a penalty die, huh?
Yeah.
Those pistols are loud. The whole fucking foyer is filled with smoke right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, his ears are ringing too damn bad.
Oh, yeah.
I rolled a 10 first, and then for
Ooh.
my penalty
Oh,
die,
no.
I rolled a 90.
No, that's a shame. Sean, I can get a listen check from you too.
Yep. Fail.
Okay. The men are pushing forward. Aaron, you see it looks like a sitting room on the right. They're shining lanterns in there. They don't see anybody. There appears to be a parlor to the left. Colonel,
Yeah.
you've come to the edge of the pine woods, and there is a massive house. If you want to look in gaming text one shots, there's a picture. The newest picture of a house is the house. It's massive. It is a really big house, 2 chimneys, beautifully built. You can see a barn behind it. You can make a listen check.
There's a body laying on the entryway.
It actually fell back into the house. It was hit by 2 bullets.
Okay.
So
Hard.
just a hard. You don't hear anything out of the ordinary. There is a pall of smoke all around the entrance, which is open. You were told that they were going to find Mike Little. They think he took the children. Several men are standing outside the door, apparently reloading muskets. There's 2 or 3 men. One man is reloading a pistol. Yeah.
I would run up to the men.
Okay. Aaron, give me a listen check or a spot hidden, whichever you prefer.
It's a 28.
Ooh, that's a good roll.
So
I hope it's a
spot
listen.
hidden is what I was thinking first, and it's not quite a hard success, but yeah.
Okay.
It's still
You've got your back to the wall. You're reloading when you see a man burst out of the woods and run towards the house, right?
Yes.
Yorie, he is carrying. He's got a musket in his hand. There's a saber. You have a saber, don't you?
Yep.
He's got a saber at his side. He appears to be wearing Continental Army uniform with a lot of like flashy gold on the shoulders.
Oh yeah, an army man.
Looks like it. He's got a Yorie. It is a half moon. Go ahead and describe your character.
He's a gruff-looking older man, longish white hair, bright blue eyes, solid.
Okay, he's a good-sized guy. He
Wears Continental Army uniform.
Is that George Washington?
No.
I know.
actually isn't. It just he has similar hair. But that's what Silas
But then
says. The
I
professor
think
says,
George Washington had blue eyes too.
"Is that
That's
George
what-
Washington?" Running towards you. He probably wouldn't be wearing a uniform. He's the president of the United States now. Anyway,
Isn't that what he always wears? No.
Fuck, I have a dead
He's
wife!
wearing the same-
yeah,
He's wearing the same uniform.
Let's see. 1, 2. No, wait a minute. Squire Roberts doesn't have a sword. Matthew Silver has a sword. 1, 2,
He has a pistol.
3.
He may have fired his musket and has drawn his.
3 men
That's
with
cool.
muskets. 3 men with, he does have both, but he's reloading. 3 men with muskets and a man with a pistol are reloading outside the front of this very nice looking house. As you rush up to
Dan?
them.
Is there any way I can identify this man by rank? Would I need to make a roll for that, like an intelligence roll? Or
Give me a hard. Give me a hard. Hard intelligence. Or hard no if it's on there. What is no?
Holy
I
shit.
failed.
Guys, I've got $40 on me.
Yeah, you're rich, man.
You're rich.
So you rush up, Yorie. These men are reloading. They've obviously just fired into this house. There appears to be a body, barely visible, in the foyer. There's a
What
side.
was I told by the people that handed me the musket and pointed me in this direction?
These children disappeared. It was very strange.
I was coming here for a party.
You were coming here for. It was supposed to be the party. You were going to be really late. But when you questioned them about that, they said yes, these were children at the party. They were going for a scavenger hunt, which there would be candy and stuff hidden in this field for the children to find. When this fog bank came in, and a dozen children disappeared. They were just gone for the villagers. So after some
the village is
confusion,
where the party was going to be.
yeah, the party was at
this
Squire
house.
Roberts' house.
All right.
Uh,
So not this house.
no, correct. You went out.
Okay.
You actually went to Squire Roberts' house when you found the people who were like, "Here's the deets." They went into the to the pine woods because they found out they found some writings of the minister. He's dead. He hung himself or was murdered. People are a little confused about all the details when they tell you. Maybe he had something to do with it. But Mike Little, they think Mike Little is responsible for the missing children, and they've gone to find him. And then you went through the pine woods, what they called it. Like I said, you thought you were lost when you heard gunfire ahead. As you came out of the edge of the woods, going towards the gunfire, because you're a soldier.
Ooh, alcoholic.
Yes, and you don't have any alcohol on you at the moment. You were going to get some at the
I was
party.
going to do at the party.
Yeah. And that's when you see all this gun smoke, all these men reloading muskets and pistols out front of this really nice-looking house. And then you rushed up to them with the rifle with the musket in your hand. So does that sound good, guys?
Yeah.
The other people that are here.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the details of what he missed. You expected to be here like 2 days ago, Yorie. So you got really turned around. The freaking toll roads. You kept finding toll roads where just locals will keep a road up and then they charge a toll.
You had to stop for a drink way too many times.
You did have to stop for a drink quite a few times. You know, that kind of thing. It's just, you got misplaced, and you finally got where you were supposed to be. I mean, you're from frickin' Providence, Rhode Island. These Connecticut people are a bunch of... They're crazy.
Weird. Like,
Yeah.
why does their state have to be so big?
Yeah, why did they all have to be Congregationalists? Like, what's wrong with these people? You're from Providence. That's like free thinkers and crap. Anyway, so you've just rushed up to the front of this house. Actually, let's jump to Sean's group in the back. Which door do you want to go into, Sean? Basically, kitchen or dining room. Your character doesn't know, but which one do you want to go?
We'll go in the left door.
Pick
The left
or
door
right.
is the kitchen. Yeah. Are you bursting in? Are you having somebody burst in? How do y'all enter this house?
I'm going to fling it open from the side because the men who have guns have guns.
Ah, yes. Okay. It's quiet in the house. It's very dark in there. You smell food.
Okay.
Like a lot of food.
Like
All right.
children.
Child on a spit. No. You smell meat. You smell vegetables, squash or something, maybe pumpkins. You know, just a lot. It's a very kitcheny, very food smell when you
Okay.
throw that side. The men start to move in. Wiley's in the back. With Brisk and Humphrey ahead of him. All three men have muskets. They move in. So actually, you're the only one with a light source who can effectively use
I'm
it.
going to
got a
move in
lantern.
with them. Yeah.
Okay. It's a kitchen. It looks like it's been recently used. Like a lot of people have been eating here. It looks like a large spread of food has been made and eaten, and then placed back here. Maybe they ate somewhere else and brought the food back. Maybe they ate in here. The fireplace is large enough. It has a spit. There's a lot of coals. It's still very hot. It obviously was recently in use. There's various cooking equipment. Yeah, that's what you see.
Okay.
Also, doors. You can tell on the map where the doors are. A door leads to another room in the back of the house. Another door leads forward. Two doors next to each other lead towards the front of the house. Nope. There's a third door over there. This house has a lot of entrances. Third door on the towards the front of the house.
All right. I'm going to move towards the door on the right, which would be into the dining room, I guess.
Okay, yeah. The men are looking around. They look nervous. Let's just do a... Yeah, that's not... Yeah, okay. Do you open that door, Sean?
Yes.
You push it open, and something comes flying out of that room.
Okay, I'm gonna duck.
Are you dropping for cover? Like
No,
total
just
throw
like
yourself down onto the ground?
no.
Okay. It misses you just. It's small. Whatever it is, it's little. You know what I mean? And it
Hmm.
flies in a straight line. It's impossible to tell what it is.
Okay.
Um, do you say or do anything? We're jumping in and out of combat here.
Yeah. Look out!
Okay, you look out. Okay, back at the front of the house. Um,
All right.
the colonel has arrived. You guys
what
are
is going on here?
people are startled by your voice. One man drops
I
his
am
pistol.
one-
Oh, I'm a colonel. That's right.
Yeah, you're not a sergeant. You're a colonel. You used to
I'm
saying.
going to
Sir, go ahead.
gesture to the body in the doorway that there's at least 4 more inside. There may be 4 more inside, and that's all I'm going to say. And I'm still reloading my pistol.
Some of these men
Where
are
are the
lanterns.
children?
We have not found the children yet.
Why haven't y'all gone in there yet?
Some men are in there.
He's-
It looks like
Huh?
they've gone to the right.
Oh, there are men. There are men.
There are. Let's see. One pistol, saber. Two. Two men. Two men are in there. They've entered the room to the right. They're holding. One's holding a lantern and has a saber out. He's got a pistol tucked in his belt. You notice. The other one. The other one has a big club. Make
So
me
they went into the doorway and then to the right.
Yeah. There's basically it's a hallway ahead and steps going up and doorways on either side. I put a map in there, Yorie, of the ground floor.
Oh man, but this is a big building, man.
It is a big building, and there's an upstairs. Yorie, make a listen
my
check. You do not have to
lord.
worry about freaking tinnitus yet. You can give me a listen check.
Sure. He's a colonel. He's been around gunfire.
He's been in the back.
My ears stopped working. 38. That's a regular.
Regular success. You don't hear anything.
Someone give me a lantern.
Somebody well, there's a couple lanterns on the ground. They've gone out.
Go
Apparently
ahead,
they were dropped
get it.
when these. You could relight it. Where are you
Relight
going,
it.
Yorie?
I'm drawing my saber.
Yeah. You could put your musket. The muskets all have
Let me-
straps, so they could be put over yourselves, guys, if you don't want to have them. in
Yeah,
your hand.
it's over my back.
Yeah, you got a
All
saber
right,
in one hand and
so-
a freaking lantern in the other. You step into the
Alright,
foyer
so
and make a
open
sanity
original.
check, Yorie.
Why?
Because well, I'll tell you once you make your sanity check. You might get amnesia.
I mean, if it's the bodies.
Yeah, there's a body lying there. It's not a person. It's
Oh
something else.
no! All right, so I'm coming in through this bottom entrance,
Yes, you guys are
Yeah.
coming from the bottom of the
and
page.
there's people went into the room on the right.
Correct. It says sitting room. Two people have moved into that room. One of them has. They each have a. One has a saber and a lantern. The other guy's got like a big club and a torch.
Why'd they both go in that room? Oh,
Because
we need light in the hallway.
they just saw this fucking thing in the doorway.
I know.
And one of them, the dude with the club, is looking around
Hey.
like he's about to
So,
flip out. Matthew
Sanity
Silver with the
check
saber.
on thing in the doorway.
Yes.
Failed.
You failed. You take 5
No,
points
no.
insanity.
What I was gonna say is because he's charging. He's not looking down.
Well, give me a spot hidden then. If you give, if you
Alright.
succeed a spot hidden, you basically give it a
Then I'll
glance,
then I'll use that
and that's good
sanity,
enough.
yeah.
If not, I'll say you just rush in.
Because I was planning on
Yeah,
rushing
yeah.
in.
I'll give you that. You grab the
I
lantern.
actually rolled an 88, failed the spot hidden.
All right, you don't even notice this body you step on.
Grabbing the lantern, pulling the saber, and rushing into the hallway.
What you do
running
notice-
down
Which way?
towards the door at the end.
So towards the back of the house. Yeah.
Yes.
What you do notice is a scythe lying on the ground, and the crunch of bones as you step on the body. They seem to crunch and break very easily. That just kind of skims across your head, like that's weird. But it's not.
This thing must have been old.
Maybe somebody had a skeleton dressed up and they shot it. Who knows? And then you're running down the hallway. Are you yelling or are you just rushing? You're just running.
Yeah, he's doing whatever. What is the battle cry for the
Charge?
Revolutionary?
I don't know.
It's just charge.
I don't have any idea.
Like a particular one in Rhode Island.
You were 3rd Continental. You were the 3rd Rhode Island Regiment. Make up one. Make up one. What do they say? What do they yell from Rhode Island? It's a made-up regiment because all the regiments have commanders. You ran them most of the war, Yorie. You were a colonel running that regiment most of the war. That's why I made a fiction.
For fire and freedom.
For fire and freedom. Okay, so Sean, you hear this yell from the front of the house. You can make a listen check to see if you can actually make out the words, because it is behind a closed door.
Extreme success.
Yeah, for fire and freedom. Make me a knowledge check. Your character's very, well educated. The war was only a few years ago. Well, the war ended several years ago, but
74 out of 90.
You recognize the battle cry of the 3rd Regiment from Providence, Rhode Island. The 3rd Rhode Island Regiment, yeah. And hear the stomping of feet. The other men in the room, probably less educated than you, start to swivel that direction, towards that door, because they hear a yell. Let's give them just a general roll, see if it's good or bad. 71. All they heard was like, rah, 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 and stomp, 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 stomp. They're swinging their guns, their muskets around in the direction of that door.
Don't fire, men.
Is that all you say?
Yeah, don't fire.
Okay. They hesitate as the door is flung open. In the light from their lanterns and torches, you can see a continental, continental soldier, officer. It looks like there's a lot of spangles and there's a lot of glitter on his shoulders.
Bangles and dangles.
As he it basically bursts into the room, saber in one hand and a lantern in the other, looking around with mad eyes. Or angry eyes? It's hard to tell. Everybody's flipping out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then something comes...
children!
He yells that, and something comes flying through the doorway, Sean, and narrowly misses you. Something... Yorie, make a spot hidden to notice this. Aaron, you're still reloading. You'll have a few more seconds before your guys are actually...
succeed on this hard?
It's small. It looks like this big, sharp at one end, and apparently has quills or something like an arrow, but it's too short to be an arrow.
I would swivel on my feet back down the hallway.
No. It's coming from the door front and to your left. The door that leads to the dining room. It just flew by. Okay. What's his name? You don't know who this guy is. There's a gentleman standing with brown hair, wearing a fine suit.
Would I recognize anybody else that was invited to the party? Do I know anybody else?
Squire Roberts was out front reloading. When you ran by him, you recognize him because you've met him. You haven't met any of the other people because they're all locals, and you're not from around here.
Yeah, I'm not.
And you don't recognize they all look like the guys in this room are wearing like dirty clothing. They're not. They're lower class or middle, low middle class. The gentleman by the door who just had whatever that was thrown past him is wearing a fine suit. It's a little dirty and smudged, but otherwise he looks like a gentleman or some kind of upper class.
Young and in good health.
Yeah, he's young and in good health, but he's some kind of upper middle to upper class. You know what I mean? Like you would recognize this as a doctor or maybe some kind of minister or professor or something like that.
I'd be trying to rationalize what just happened.
This thing
I
flying
don't
by
really
his face.
fully know what's going on.
Right.
But something
flew out of that dark room past this guy's face like this.
Past this guy's face.
Yeah, and his eyes are like...
And my guy's just, he's he's on the hunt and the charge.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
You want to just rush
he would just
past?
continue his momentum and rush into that room,
Okay.
saying, "My lord, are the Indians? Are the the Indians here?"
Yeah, you
He's
rush
just
into that
charging
room.
in. He thinks it was like a bow or something.
It is definitely something. Let's see. This guy's dead. Let's just remove him. Okay. Scythe guy is definitely dead. Got blown away. You rush into the room, lantern in one hand, saber in the other, and this time your eyes fall fully on a figure robed
I got it.
that appears to have a beak.
Uh-huh.
Black eyes that seem to glare at you malevolently.
Is it one of these things in the bottom here?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes, it definitely is. It looks almost like a crow, a man-sized crow, wearing robes.
It's a native in disguise currently.
He's got an axe in his hand.
So you
his
say-
left
that's
hand.
definitely a native in disguise
And
right
this
now.
hand is like this.
Mhm.
Like he just did something.
Uh-huh.
So it's more like, hold on. It's like that.
Am
And
I able to get an attack off to stab a thief?
Let's compare you guys' let's compare
Speeds.
your dexes. So what is your dex? Your dex is 70?
70.
Oh, yes, you can go first. What the thing does, make a sanity check first. What the thing does is
No.
it's
That's
got
clearly
the
an Indian in disguise.
it's got the axe, and maybe if you make your sanity check, it's got the axe in the left hand,
I failed
and it grabs it to the right. You know what I mean? Like, so it's ready to attack you. But you are faster, so you will get to attack first. You failed it?
Mhm.
Ah, god damn it, Yorie. Now I roll a 1. 1 point of sanity.
Yeah, 1
I'm not
point
going to
of
hold on to that
sanity.
5 that you were supposed to lose when you looked at that thing you stepped on in the doorway. Yeah,
that
rush,
thing
you
goes
can
there.
rush it. It is going to fight you. It's going to fight back.
All right.
What's a wood axe do? This is such a poorly put
Cover your
together
eyes.
scenario.
Cover your eyes. Oh.
Cover your eyes. I'm blind. I'm safe. Okay.
No, I'm saying don't let it peck out your eyes. It's a bird.
Whoops. Nope. Here we go. Wood
That's
axe.
what I'd be scared of. Giant bird.
Ooh, I didn't do too bad.
Oh, I didn't do too bad either, though.
So I got a hard
I also
success.
got a hard.
You also got a hard. What is your skill? Whoever's got the higher skill wins.
65.
No, wait, no. Attacker wins.
No, it's the attacker.
Attacker wins
Yeah,
when you fight
attacker.
back. Yeah, 65. So, yeah, you hit him. You
Right.
run him through as
This
it
thing,
swings
I
the
think
wood
does
axe over your head. Roll me damage.
I think it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a
I
six
had
points
to
right here.
look at what it would.
Do you have it? Don't forget to check to see if you have a damage bonus. I can't remember.
I
if the colonel
do. I
does.
already checked.
Do you? Oh shit! This could be bad for this guy, for this thing. What's a saber?
Well, that's
Wow! Holy fuck! Okay, sabers do a lot of damage.
Melee weapons.
So that's 10 damage. I
10.
rolled a 6 and a 3.
10 damage. Okay, you run it through. It stumbles backwards and collapses to the ground without a sound, and lays there. It was not a
What
human
color is its blood?
being. Red, very red. There's
Okay,
a lot of
very
red
red.
blood. It crashes to the ground. You expect the mask to come free, which it
Doesn't.
doesn't. And as you look more closely, you realize it's not a mask. Sean, are you watching this from the doorway?
Yeah.
Make a sanity check. I'm gonna go ahead and roll.
There it is.
Well illuminated.
It is very. He's got. He's holding this lantern. And he just went. Made it. You lose 1 point of sanity. That looks like a man-sized crow that this guy just ran through, and it collapsed to the ground. There's a spreading pool of blood underneath it.
Does the whole room go red when blood sprays onto the lantern?
No, there's no spray. He basically stabbed it through with his saber and brought the blade back out. So probably there might be a splatter on the wall as it, went like this. But I think
Right.
the whole time Yorie was probably holding the damn thing up. He doesn't want to get in the dark with his enemies. That's bad.
Definitely going to move forward to investigate it, thinking it's going to be like a suit or something.
Yeah, you can. You can move forward. Colonel, what are you doing?
swiveling around the room looking for more enemies.
You see the doors. There's a couple different doors that lead out of that room. You've been in houses like this before. If it's a Georgian house, it's pretty common. You realize one door probably leads to a vestibule, which leads to another door that leads outside, and the other door probably leads to a closet. The vestibule door on the outer part of the house, on one side of the fireplace, probably leads to the parlor towards the front of the house. Is your best guess. Your character is probably familiar with this design of a house.
I would go to the closest door, and I'm going to flip a coin.
Well, do you want to? You have a pretty good idea which doors
Left or
probably
right?
lead into
I
other
would
places.
say left. So the one that I'm trying not to use my player knowledge, but yeah, the closest door on the left. What is that?
That's probably a closet, is your guess.
Yeah, opening it.
Yeah, you fling it open. Nothing inside. Sean, you reach the body. How do you want to examine it? I mean, do you want to try to grab the beak and pull the mask off? How do you want to? You're a medical man. How do you want to handle this?
I guess first I would check for a pulse.
It's still alive. Unconscious, badly injured. And meta-wise, he knocked it directly to 0. So it's out cold. It will probably recover if it is left to its own devices eventually, or it might die. I mean, but probably,
I'm gonna try to pull this mask off.
Nope, not a mask.
Oh.
The whole body moves, and when you examine the body closely, lift up the arm. It's so really light. It's almost like the bones are hollow, like birds' bones.
I have a feeling.
Andy?
Yes. I'm going to get to you momentarily. Yeah, you can make another sanity check, Sean, now that you know that this is real. What were you going to say? Yeah, you don't lose anymore. Go ahead.
I want to point to the guy with the saber and tell him to check out the room across the hall.
Okay, yeah, he'll go. The guy with the saber is... That's Matthew Silver, your friendly local innkeeper. Yeah, he's heading over there. He gestures to Glane, who's the guy with the club, the miller, and they cross out of that room and cross the hall. Everybody's reloaded in the front now. People are recocking their muskets or their pistols. The squire has reloaded his pistol. No, he reloaded his musket. He fired his musket into the room. Everybody's ready to go. There's still a good deal of gun smoke hanging in the air. It'll probably be there for a long time. So it's not too bad because most of the shots were fired from outside the house. But those two men cross over into the room across the hall.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to get done in this round.
They stomp into that room. Give me another listen check, Aaron. It's going to have a penalty die. Everybody that fires a gun near them, I need a penalty die. Sean, you can actually all three of you can make a listen check.
Once again, I roll a 19, and then my penalty die 79.
I got an extreme success.
Boom! Extreme success.
Regular.
Regular success. You think you hear somebody upstairs, Sean, like footsteps, but they're super light, like a child's. Like. Okay. Colonel, you hear what sounds like chanting coming from upstairs. But it's like, okay, so one chanting is real quiet. You barely made it out. You looked up because you heard it, and it's like this repeating chant, and it sounds like a group of people. But there's another chanting that is separate from that. It just sounds like one man. With your extreme success, definitely upstairs.
Okay. Definitely upstairs.
Maybe the second floor, maybe the third.
Quick look around the dining room. Do I see any bottles of alcohol?
Oh, hell yes. Actually, there's the dining table is covered in... Somebody has been eating here recently, and the food has all been eaten. There are several carafes of wine or ale. I don't know how much hard liquor there is yet in 1794. Probably brandy.
George Washington was known to have whiskey.
Okay.
They were making
that was part of his
whiskey.
Yeah, he was a big distiller.
Okay. Yeah. So yes, there is brown liquid as well. in one of the carafes or one of the a decanter, a very fancy decanter. Everything in here looks like it's very expensive.
I would drink straight from that decanter.
Okay, just grab put down your lantern. Just
God,
grab the lid
this.
and just toss it away.
And just chug as much
chug.
as I can.
Yeah.
As much as I physically can keep down.
Yeah.
And then toss it away and pick up the lantern.
It's half full. You empty it. Woo! Just toss it away.
Up.
Shattered glass. As it hits the hardwood floor.
Look back at the
other
doctor
men,
and the bird thing.
There are other men peeking into the room. Who wants to roll me?
Is it still alive?
Who wants to roll me sanity checks for the 3 men in Sean's squad?
I'll roll
one.
Everybody roll one. We're gonna go Sean,
right.
Yorie, Aaron.
I
36.
rolled an 84.
36 is a success. So the carpenter, increase Humphrey, loses a point.
I just
Yorie?
realized I actually made my sanity last time because I'm an idiot, and I was like, rolled under it. I failed sanity.
No, that's okay.
But it's already done.
Yeah.
Because I rolled a 76 for this guy.
This guy fails. That would be Cotton Wiley. And Aaron, what'd you roll?
An 84.
God, you suck, man. Oh, sweet. I rolled a 1 for his loss, though. So Miles Brisk is okay. Let's see how Cotton does. Cotton lost 3 more. He is not in a good way.
He's not doing good.
What is that? And then the colonel said, "Is that thing still alive?" or something like that. Yorie said.
Yeah, to the doctor.
It's still alive.
Stab.
Okay, it's not alive anymore, Doctor. A little splash of blood splatters on you. He just stabs it and
Starts
pulls the
moving back
saber
towards
out.
the kitchen.
He stinks of alcohol. He spilled some on his uniform, not much, but a little. And then you go through the kit. Then you go through into the kitchen.
Gets murdered right in front of me.
Bird thing.
Are any of the doors in the kitchen open? Other than the one I came in and the one I just walked through?
The back door's still open.
The back door's still
yeah,
open.
you recognize that.
I know that's the back door.
Yeah, because it's pitch black outside. You can hear. You can tell it. There's a cool breeze.
He would just go for the closest door then, so the one in the corner there.
I think I heard footsteps upstairs.
Yorie, it opens into steps going down to like a cellar.
Steps
it looks like
going down.
And then you heard him behind you. I thought I heard footsteps upstairs.
Yeah,
you heard
I heard them up there too.
You heard calls from other parts of the house down on the ground floor. Aaron, in the front, the men who went into the parlor say, "This looks like a library. There's nothing in here, though, except books."
And then there's a scream.
That was Matthew Silver said that to you, shining his lantern around.
Head up the stairs.
All right.
And I'll probably step into the house at this time and start reloading and have my lantern. Well, yeah,
You're reloaded.
I can't be like reloading and have my lantern shining on that upstairs, can I?
I thought you were already reloading. Once you fired, you reloaded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's reloaded. It's ready to go.
I'm reload. Okay, if I'm reloaded, then yeah, I'll point my lantern up the steps.
Okay. Yeah.
The other thing I would include to the doctor is that I heard them. They're also singing up there. Sounds queer.
You guys can both make listen checks.
Listen checks.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew Silver's heading up the steps first with a saber. Regular success. You hear the creak of steps above your head, Colonel. Somebody's heading up the steps.
With a 50th extreme failure. Okay.
No, but you need 0-0. You hear footsteps on the steps above your head, Colonel. There's your stairwell is going down into a basement. From your lantern, you can see what looks like a wine rack or something down there, and a big barrel. Dark otherwise.
Let's go close that door.
And you hear creak, creak, creak as someone's heading up. Actually, it sounds like several people are heading up the stairs.
Close that door, and then I'd be heading towards the front as well.
Okay, Aaron.
To go back upstairs.
Silver with his saber out and a lantern in the other hand is heading up the steps in the front. Next to him is the miller, Samuel Glane. with his club, this big ass club in one hand and a torch in the other. The other men are starting to form up. Where do you want to be with these men going up the stairs?
I'll follow. Like once they start heading up, I'll follow those two. Then
You're going to be third, and then the rest of the guys with muskets and shit after you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Sean,
fine.
what are you doing?
Um,
The colonel closed the door he was looking in the kitchen, and then he went back to the door he burst out of and heads through. Right, Yorie?
I kind of want to continue examining this weird bird creature.
Yeah, you can if you want. It's definitely dead now. You check for a pulse. There's none. It has massive feathers. It has arms, not wings, and hands.
Probably, pull apart the robe or whatever and checking on the body.
Yeah, there's feathers all on it, and you recognize the feathers from the one you found in the woods that came from one of these things.
Okay.
It's very light. You've ever picked up a dead bird? It's like picking up something made of paper. I mean, it doesn't weigh shit. This guy, maybe 20 pounds, maybe 30 tops. It's like it's got hollow bones. What in the hell? You've never seen or heard anything like this. Give me a luck check, Sean.
Fail.
Okay. You realize you're alone. The other men followed the colonel. Your squad followed the colonel towards the front of the house. And after examining this, you realize you've got a lantern, but there's nobody else near you.
I hear them all going up the steps.
You does sound like people are moving up the stairs.
I'm not being left alone down here.
Okay, you jump up and run towards the front of the house.
Move swiftly.
Move swiftly and with dignity. Okay. Colonel, you come to the front of the house. You hear footsteps behind you. Sounds like those men that were in the kitchen and the dining room have followed you as your guess. Very heavy tread behind you. You kind of hear somebody's like back there. You see.
I would turn around and be like, "None of that, man! There are children in danger here. American citizens."
Okay, Aaron. Somebody's yelling downstairs as you guys are creeping up the steps. All of a sudden, there's like yelling, like.
Yeah. I'm really more focused on trying to find these kids, though.
Okay. An arrow comes flying down from the landing. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the second floor map. If I haven't hidden it away. Mike Little's house. Second floor. I better get my copy out too. Where the hell is it?
How do those steps run?
The steps go towards the back of the house. You know what I mean? They go up towards the back. So you guys will be coming up into the center of the hall, basically.
Gotcha.
And somebody is standing in the hallway, and as soon as Silver kind of showed his head, they shot an arrow at him.
They're like down the hall, like
towards the back of that. Towards the back of the house. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The arrow misses, flies by, and embeds itself. Actually, it embeds itself in the banister right next to Silver's head. And he's like, "Ah!" He lets out a shout. Downstairs, y'all hear a shout from upstairs. Silver is going to charge he's got a saber in his hand. He doesn't have a pistol. So he's just going to rush forward with his lantern. By his side is going to be Samuel Glane. They're just going to try to kill this thing. Who wants to roll for Glane, the miller?
I'll roll one.
You can roll for Silver, Aaron, with his saber.
Right.
Sean,
12.
12? What is base is 25% for like brawl, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a hard success. He comes in. Let's see who actually goes first. His dex is 40 and Silver's dex is a lot higher than that. So Silver actually reads the guy first. How did you do, Aaron?
I rolled a 7.
A 7 is that's an impale, directly right on an impale, but a saber. Oh, saber does not impale. A saber is more of a slashing weapon, so it's going to do max damage.
I thought a saber is more of a stabby.
No, saber's got a blade on one side. It's meant to be a slashing
It's
weapon.
one-sided, but it's a slashing weapon. You could.
I had you
with
stab
it,
with it, Yorie. I thought it would be cooler. But it's not listed as an impaling, so it just does max damage. You don't get the extra bonus damage. So it does 9 points to this guy. Sean, your Miller hit as well. You can go ahead and roll me for a. He's got a large club, so that's a D8.
4.
So it's a total of 13. Yeah, they basically cut that thing down. It crashes to the ground. Each of you can make me another sanity check for these poor fellows, seeing another one of these horrible things.
Ot 5.
Okay, Sean,
I rolled a 40.
You were the Miller. He's fine.
I rolled a 44.
A 44 for Silver is fine. He loses a point of sanity. Okay. They are incensed. They're just like, once they get it down, they just like keep hacking at the damn thing and beating it to death. As you come to the second floor, Aaron, you see this terrible carnage happening at the other end of the freaking hallway.
Yeah, I'm going to turn around and shine my lantern down the other end of the hall.
Nobody's there.
Okay.
Let me see who's dead.
I'm going to wait at the top of the stairs for the rest of the party to come up then.
Colonel, you see men going up the steps. They're not running. They have a decent pace, but they're not running. So you could easily overtake them and even pass them if you desire.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
Do you want to pass by them? Push through them? Okay. They're like, whoa, who's this? Oh. They all seem kind of surprised. One of them says, "What, Colonel?" And you recognize Squire Roberts, the man that invited you to this thing. He's got a musket in his hand. There's a flintlock pistol tucked into his belt. He looks a little shaken, a little pale, and stinks of gunpowder. As a matter of fact, all these men stink of gunpowder. Obviously, they were the ones who did the shooting. You push past upstairs. The rest of the men are coming up behind. Sean, you're bringing up the rear.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys can all assemble on the landing upstairs if you so desire. Yep. And everybody's together. Holy crap! How'd that happen?
Just wait. I'm about to say, let's split up and check out each of these rooms.
Okay. Everybody make me listen checks again. Aaron, you still have a penalty die.
It doesn't matter. I rolled an 82 for the first one.
Failed.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't pinpoint where this chanting is coming from, Colonel. You could still kind of make it out, but with people like stomping around on the floor and looking around. I'm
going to use my logical brain.
You could still push the roll if you so desire. Or whatever. You know what I mean?
Wait, so
everybody shut up. I'm listening harder.
Yeah, no. Everybody shut up. Stop moving. You could tell people to do that. If anybody wants to push, you can. Or you can keep moving through the house.
I'm going to use my logical brain, and he's going to say, "They're up ahead on the left."
They're up
I
ahead
heard them from below.
On the left. Okay. Could be.
That's his assumption.
There's two guys like hacking and slashing at this body at the floor out of one of down that hallway too.
No, they'd be done by the time the colonel got to the landing. That thing's definitely dead. It's in pieces.
I turn to everybody else and I say, but they probably know we're coming. So you guys assault that door, and I'll go around and see if I can find another way.
Okay, so you're sending them to the northwest bedroom? Am I right there, Yorie?
Yes.
It says northwest bedroom. And so you want to go to the southwest bedroom?
Yes.
To get through? Do you take anybody with you?
I take
I'm going to follow the colonel. I was about to say that. as soon as the colonel like starts going around, I'm going to follow the colonel.
Okay, so you're following him, definitely. You grab 3 men. Did you want to grab the 3 men who were in the kitchen?
Yes.
They all have muskets. Okay, you're like, point at them and point or something, and then just head on, and they're like...
And I'm like, I'll be point, and I'll have the lantern, and I'll stab
and a saber.
it, y'all shoot.
Yeah, you can still hear this.
Whoever, slash it,
one of them
shoot.
is the whiny guy.
That's fine.
Who's still kind of like apparently freaking out. And you ordered the other men to go to the northwest chamber. Where do you want to go, Sean? What is Brannon doing?
West.
I need to change Yorie's name. I guess
he'll go to the northwest. He's going to the northwest.
You're going to the northwest with basically the other group of men.
Yes.
Who stink of gunpowder. Okay, yeah.
I did see that. So is there a balcony on the 2nd floor of this building, like a wraparound type thing?
No.
No.
No. If you scroll up a little bit, you can see a picture of the house. It's the one with 2 chimneys. It's pretty basic. It's one of those New England boxes, basically. It just looks like a box with a little lid on it.
Boxes.
Yeah, I don't remember what the technical term is.
Colonial, isn't it?
Maybe. Might be Georgian. I don't remember.
That sounds right.
I
know I say that a lot.
How you want to enter that southwest chamber there, Colonel?
With a intimidating rallying charge.
Like bursting into the room, like throwing the door open and rushing in?
Yeah, and shouting in an intimidating fashion. I will. I don't think there's an...
Okay.
Is there an intimidate skill? Do I
yes,
have it?
There is an intimidate skill. Give me a spot hidden, Colonel.
Yeah, I'd like to roll an intimidation as well as I bust into the room.
Give me the spot hidden first.
All right.
I do kind of like the idea of the intimidation, but I don't know how well it'll work.
Regular spot hidden.
Monsters. Regular? There's a figure to your right, standing against the wall. As you burst into the room, out of the corner of the eye, you notice somebody standing to your right like this.
Let me see your cam. Trying to hide against the wall?
They were, and now they're doing like this and thrusting something at you. I believe you have the higher dex. So you technically can do like this.
Doing the chop.
And he will try to fight back. So yeah, give me a roll. Ooh, regular success from me. So you need regular or better. I'm pretty certain you have a better chance to hit.
I got an 0-2.
Jesus Christ, that's an extreme.
So I don't do anything.
So
extra,
that does
right?
max damage. That does max damage.
Oh, it does max damage.
I think.
Well,
I gotta reread these rules.
13 damage.
13. Something tumbles to the ground. The body slams against the wall and slides down as the head rolls across the floor. That's way more that's way more damage this guy had. So you killed him in one blow. There's a lot of blood. Some of it splatters on you. Most of it's on the wall. The men are like, "What happened?" Behind you.
An ambush!
Sean, you enter into the northwest bedroom with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men. 2 of which are armed with melee weapons, and the rest either have muskets or pistols ready. Looks like a bedroom. By the way, Yorie, this is a bedroom that you're in. It looks like a really nice bedroom, probably a master bedroom. Sean, you're in a bedroom. It's got 2 or 3 beds. They're very nice beds, but it's obviously meant for more than one person. You don't see anybody in here. You can, if you wish to, you can listen again or try to figure out where noises are coming from. There's yelling coming from the front of the house. Sounded like a battle cry. Yeah. What do you want to
do? Gentlemen, hold here. I want to look around.
They'll nod. They're ready.
Look around the room, like under the bed. And...
several people have stayed here recently.
Okay.
Probably sharing beds. You're guessing there were at least 4 people that shared this room. Men and women. you're finding pieces of clothing that like luggage, pieces of clothing. You're guessing men and women stayed in this room. There's a smell like sex. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Ooh.
But there's also kind of a smell like old people. Does that make any
Ooh,
sense?
old people sex.
Yeah. So
Smells like a McRib.
I don't know about that, but whoever was in here was possibly old and possibly having a lot of fun.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay.
What-
You see the other doors in the rooms. You probably have somewhat of an idea of where they might go.
Yeah.
Possibly to the front room, the front bedroom, and into closets. And the closet doors are not as sturdy as the doors that probably lead to like a connecting closet. Well, I guess they're all closet rooms. So it's up to you if your character would realize which one is possibly a connecting closet. It's possible none of them connecting closets, but
Yeah,
houses like this do have that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open the nearest closet door to the entrance and.
Yeah, it's a
See what-
closet. Yep, there's some clothing and luggage in there.
All right. Move to the next.
That appears to be a through closet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shine the lantern in there. Make me a spot hidden. Yorie, what is your squad doing?
It would probably end up being the same thing as he did, checking that first closet and then going over to the next one.
So you guys open the doors about the same time.
Yeah.
I need Sean,
So,
make me another
I
spot
wanna-
hidden. Yorie, both of you
Okay.
make me a spot hidden for oh shit! There's a person to see how well you figure that out.
18 out of whatever my spot hidden is again.
Jesus.
55.
No.
So Sean, did you make the first spot hidden?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna push it that he was, cautiously like
Searching the whole room.
not doing just a quick glance in, like really like.
Yeah, you can still do that, but as you open the door,
Okay.
all of a sudden the other door opened.
Okay.
You made yours. You're like,
Mhm.
that's one of my men, basically. You know,
I'm like,
that's
I'm
a
like,
guy.
"Doctor!"
That's a guy in the. Yeah, that's the doctor. Sean, you didn't make it.
I'm ducking back.
Okay, the doctor just jumps back as soon as he sees you before you have a chance to say anything, Yorie.
Uh-huh.
And it takes you a few seconds to like process, Dr. Brannon. So do you want to do
Yeah.
anything, Yorie, in those few seconds?
I would say, Doctor, they weren't in my room either. Let's head to the other side.
That's when you realize who it is, Dr. Brannon. Aaron, you were at the
Yes.
back of your group, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Make me a listen check.
I said I was gonna follow the colonel,
Yeah, he
and
was
like when
following
he
the
went
colonel.
into the north,
Oh, were you right
But-
behind the colonel?
Yeah.
I was kind of going to be, but like when he was searching that, or actually, when he cut down whatever he cut down,
Another
I
colonel.
didn't know whether I saw that.
You didn't follow after like we cleared the room to the other closet. You would have
But-
went and did something else.
Well, make me
I'm
a spot
just
hidden
gonna say
or a
I
listen.
might have
Aaron.
went to the bottom
The southeast
west
bedroom?
room. Yeah.
Make me a listen or a spot hidden, Aaron.
All right. I failed. Both.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Like I was basically going to go into the room opposite of where the colonel went into. Then essentially,
okay,
I'm gonna
you
be right
turn
back.
to go into that room. You see Cotton Wiley. He's standing there holding his gun, kind of like this. He's obviously like freaking out, losing his shit. When something lunges out of the room at him, that door was kind of ajar, and it apparently was pulled open very slowly while the colonel dealt with what was in the other room. And one of these people lunge out at Cotton Wiley, who he lets out a scream. Who wants to roll for Cotton Wiley for his fist as he's like, no!
was Sean rolling for him earlier, or is that someone else?
Yeah, it
I mean, I
doesn't
will.
matter. Sean can roll for him.
19.
Ooh. 19 is a success with his fist, but I rolled a hard success as a pitchfork is stabbed into him. Not like he doesn't deserve it. Yeah. But it barely scratches him for my 1 point of damage. Aaron, you have a chance to react before Cotton does. He's going to probably try to shoot this thing with his musket or punch it. But you're right there if you want to do something.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? One of these bird things attacking this guy?
It looks like it. They're kind of smaller than a man. They're only like about 5 foot tall. But yeah, and make me a sanity check. Let's give Cotton a sanity check. Who wants to roll Cotton sanity? Sean, roll Cotton sanity.
Ooh, I rolled an 09 for mine.
Nice. You lose a point of sanity.
94.
94. Cotton just got stabbed and lost 6 points of sanity. Cotton is not doing well. Okay. So
I'm going to take a shot.
You have a chance to go before Cotton. Cotton's dex is not great. You're still at point blank range, Aaron. You're just outside that door. Boom. Give yourself a bonus die. Oh, this guy's dead. He got decapitated.
38 is a fail.
38's a fail. Wait, did you roll your bonus die too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled worse for the bonus die.
Panic fire. It's like from the hip. It splinters the door as it goes basically lengthwise along the door. You know what I mean? And stops about halfway through the door. A lot of splinters come flying out. Go ahead.
I back up from the doorway and then start reloading.
Okay. Aaron, make me another spot hidden. We're going to use your spot hidden in this case. If you make it, the other men can react. If you fail it, they're caught off guard by this attack.
I failed.
Okay. So Humphrey and Brisk are both like, "Whoa!" But they're completely caught off guard. I got to check to see if Wiley goes temporarily insane. His intelligence is not great. No, he doesn't get it. He just screams and turns his musket and tries to beat this thing before it can retreat. Who wants to roll me for Cotton? I need a 35% for his fist. The thing's going to fight back with its
Fails.
pitchfork. So does the thing. So there's a scuffle in the doorway. And then the thing retreats back into that room. So Yorie, right after you dealt with the doctor, you heard a gunshot and screams coming from the hallway again. Yeah.
I turn around.
Well, it's coming from out in the hallway. Go ahead. Sorry, Aaron.
Is that at the southwest bedroom or the southeast bedroom?
Southeast bedroom.
Okay.
The colonel went into the southwest bedroom. And it was after that this occurred.
All right. I had got flipped around at some point. Oh,
that's okay.
In time.
So Colonel, you're up. You turn around. The commotion's coming from outside in the hallway.
Yeah. And I would rush.
Okay. You rush there. There's two men aiming muskets at the door. Mm-hmm. You see, what are you doing, Aaron? Once you fire, did you want to try to start reloading immediately? Did you back away? What would you do?
I said I wanted to back away from the door and reload.
Okay, you see the professor. You don't really know who he is. Nobody's really had time to introduce anybody, but you see him backing away. A man with a pistol and fine clothing, and he's trying to quickly reload. Sean, what did you want to do after hearing this commotion?
I'm gonna move out to the hallway from the door I came into this room from.
Okay, yeah. You can rush by your men. They'll follow you. You can see a bunch of gun smoke on the south side of that hallway, and three men now are aiming at the door, and then the colonel bursts out of the southwest bedroom. Next to the professor, who's reloading his pistol, and his back is probably against the wall at the top of the stairs. Probably, not the top of the stairs. Towards the south is my guess. He's trying to get powder and shot into that pistol.
Yeah.
Somebody yells, "He's in there! He's in there!" No, it's that guy. Oh, he's in there! He's in there! It's that Whaley guy, Whaley Wiley. Um,
It keeps working for me. I'm charging the doorway.
and then okay, Professor Taylor, you're actually first. Do you want to continue reloading?
Yes.
This will be round 2 of your reload, and then the Colonel, you're up next. You charge the doorway. Yeah.
Looking for flickers of movement.
There is somebody over by. If you're looking at the map on the right side of the closet door, there's somebody by that door. In a robe, he's only about 5 foot tall, and he's carrying a pitchfork. And it looks like he's about to duck into that doorway.
I'm not capable of dropping and quick drawing my pistol and shooting him, am I?
You have a pistol? Yeah. You could drop your sword.
I could drop the saber,
pull out the
quick
pistol,
draw.
and pull it and cock it and fire. You don't get any bonuses or anything because it's all the way across the room. But yeah, you can do that. The saber clatters to the ground. You draw and try to shoot this thing. It can't do anything.
49.
It's probably a success.
Firearms. Handgun
Pistol.
50.
50, 49's a hit. Pistol should do 1d6 plus 1, I believe.
Flintlock pistol. Yeah.
1d6 plus 1.
Yep. Roll
Yeah.
me a d6. Add 1.
Aw, that's not going to kill anyone.
Probably
That's
not.
pitiful.
Should have rolled an impale.
I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1. Okay, so it just basically grazes him. Hits him in the shoulder.
This is a one-shot pistol, right?
Yes, you have to. It takes you 3 rounds to reload it. These are flintlock pistols. You can cock them and fire them, and then they're useless for a little while. Usually, you walk in a room, you shoot it, you drop it, and draw your saber, and then start hacking. Yeah, Dr. Brannon.
Well, my saber's on the ground.
Your saber you just dropped. You did the opposite because the guy was all the way across the room. What are you doing, Brannon?
I'm going to go with the idea that maybe this northeast bedroom has a cross through.
Mm-hmm.
And
it might.
I'm going to open the door and move in, calling for the other men to join me.
Okay. They're following you. The other men behind you, Colonel, 2 of them burst into the room after you. The thing has already ducked into the closet, but they did see it. They put muskets to shoulder, and they're firing at the wall right there, hoping to hit it through the wall. Who wants to roll me for increased Humphrey
I'll roll for
and Miles
Humphrey.
Brisk? You got Humphrey. Who wants Miles Brisk?
I will.
Boom, boom, boom.
What's the 23 do for him?
A 23 is a... a 23 is a hit.
Yeah.
What about Brisk? Who's rolling for Brisk?
Me. I rolled a 93. What's the crit fail?
No, it's not a crit fail. 95. But he fires and obviously totally misses the thing through the wall. I'm gonna give the wall a D4 of cover. It's an interior wall. It's not super thick. Or of armor. Jeez,
and I rolled a 1.
You see the bullet embed itself in the wall. It didn't penetrate.
God damn it.
What? 5?
Yeah, 1d4, 1d10 plus 4. That's a musket.
Oh shit, you're right. Oh no, it does go through the wall then. Okay, my fault. You got to give me the total, Yorie.
Yeah,
You hear
I rolled
something?
a 1.
You hear something squawk from the other side of the wall. But that's it.
Good shot, men!
They start immediately to reload. Dr. Brannon, you rush into the other room.
Mm-hmm.
The men are behind you in time to see something burst out of the closet directly across the room from you. It's one of those bird people. There's blood on his shoulder and on his chest, and he's carrying a pitchfork.
I am going to swing the lantern at it.
Well, it's across the room from you at the moment.
All right,
It
move and try to.
You just rush it and try to hit it with the lantern? Okay. Give me a brawl. It will fight back with the pitchfork.
Sean, you gotta tell your men to shoot.
Success, 25.
I got to fail. Give me a luck check. It occurs to you the children might be in this house. You failed? Okay. You hit it with the lantern, which breaks, splashing lamp oil all over the thing, and the wall, and the floor. Go ahead and roll me a d6 for damage for this thing. It is on fire.
5.
Good Lord. That's a good amount. It's not dead. Yeah. The other men are like, ah! Unfortunately, you're in the way. They can't shoot it without possibly injuring you.
Okay.
So just for the feel of things, they've got muskets up, but they're trying to find a shot, and they're not finding one because they don't want to just shoot you in the back, even though you've lit part of this room on fire. Taylor, you hear yelling from the next room. You're still out in the hallway. Oh no, there's yelling coming from up the hallway. What do you want to do?
I'm still reloading.
Yes, you are. You'll be done this round. Next round, you'll have a pistol.
So,
Colonel.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll move into the room, the southeast room, and keep reloading.
Yeah, you've got Wiley's the only one left out in the hallway. Then he didn't go in. The other two men did. Colonel, what about you?
Can I grab, resheath my saber, and then start reloading my flintlock?
Yes, it'll take 3 rounds to reload that.
And so I wouldn't be able to move probably then. That's a lot of
definitely
things
not. You can get
so
a round of reloading.
All right.
You can make a listen check for me.
All right.
You fired now, so give me a penalty die. And same with you, Aaron. You two can make listen checks.
Fired. And then those two guys fired right next to me too.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't need to roll a penalty die. I rolled a 94.
94. You don't hear shit.
Hey, I don't need to roll a penalty die. I rolled a 95.
Well, okay, Dr. Brannon.
I just fired again.
Let me check this guy's decks. Okay, Brannon, what do you want to do? The thing is on fire. The wall is on fire, and the floor near it is on fire.
Ooh.
You failed that luck check, so that lantern kind of burst open. You are not on fire yet, but you're right next to fire.
Out of the room, men. We must search the rest of the house if there's children.
In the house that's now on fire. All right. What? The thing in front of you. Oh, give me a spot hit. Give me another sanity check, Sean. This thing is squawking and squalling.
I failed.
You lose 6 points of sanity. Give me an intelligence check. Actually, Sean, but you're not going to have to make sanity checks for these things anymore during this encounter.
Okay.
Having lost that much sanity.
So, intelligence, I have a 34 out of 60.
That's a success. You go temporarily insane.
Yeah!
Give yourself 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos. It's a one-shot, so it doesn't really matter. All right. You have a bout of madness, actually. Come on, land flat. Ooh. Oh, no. Okay. Sean, you don't know where the hell you are. Last thing you remember was drinking some very fine wine at Squire Roberts' house. And now there's this thing in front of you screaming. It's on fire. The room is on fire. You don't know how you've gotten here. What is going on? The thing rushes across the room and flings itself out the window. It flings itself out the window through the shattered glass. You hear a thump outside as it hits the ground, and the floor and the wall in front of you are on fire. And is spreading fairly quickly.
What kind of madness are you up to, Roberts? Why would you invite people to this?
Okay, so you're shouting. Let me write this down. Let's see. This is Brannon And that's that. And this is the first round of your bout of madness. So those in the other room hear this shout. Professor Taylor, you said you were heading up. You were heading into that room. You're in the southeast room. The two men who fired are reloading and looking carefully at this closet, and so is the colonel. What do you want to do?
I'm Can I hold my action for the moment?
Yeah, you don't have to do anything. You can just stand there. You got a pistol ready. It's cocked, I'm sure.
But yeah, if it's ready, if someone heads into that closet, I'm going to follow.
Okay. Colonel, what about you? You're still reloading.
Can I start moving and reloading?
Not really.
Is reloading not a moving thing?
No, you have to.
Reloading.
It's hard to do.
Yeah, keep reloading
accurately. Okay, so you're reloading. You can both make a listen check. You just heard shouting from the next room, something about Roberts. What are you doing? Behind you.
All right.
Regular
success. It sounds like there's a roar coming from that room, like fire, like a lot of fire, or at least a good amount, like more fire than you would ever want in a house that isn't in a fireplace. Maybe they lit a fire.
I feel like any amount of fire.
Yeah.
But I want a house, it's not a fireplace.
How'd you do, Aaron? Did you make your listen?
Oh, I didn't roll. Sorry.
That's okay.
Nope. Wait. Hold on. Let me look at this. That's close. What's listen? It's a fail.
We got to wrap this up here soon. Okay, so you haven't noticed this yet. Sean, behind you, you hear Squire Roberts saying, "What are you talking about?"
We were at your party. Now you put us in this fire. And what was in the alcohol?
The man has gone mad, somebody shouts. Some of the men drop their muskets and rush forward to try to do something about this fire you've lit, Sean.
Okay.
Sean, you can go ahead and make me make me a listen check.
Fail.
Okay, you're yelling at Squire Roberts and terrified of the fire. The others of you in the other room are starting to see like the flicker of flames coming from out of that closet.
Yeah, I want to head towards that closet then.
Yeah, there's a fire on the other side. All those closets are connected, I'm going to say.
Is there like a comforter on the bed in the bedroom?
Yeah, there's several beds in that next room. I'm sorry?
I want to grab the comforter.
Okay, so you're going to try to fight the fire.
Yeah, I want to smother it if I can.
Just make me a roll. Go low. I don't know what to put this against. So
20.
20's good. You're starting to get the fire put out.
Like, can he? Yeah, he's basically throwing it over whatever he can, and he's like stomping on it.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Sean, what about you?
He's still gone bout of madness?
Yeah, you're still in a bout of madness. You do not remember coming to this house. You don't remember anything since you were in a place of safety, essentially, which last time was at Squire Roberts' house.
Pushing himself past Roberts to find an exit.
You're realizing this isn't the same house. This doesn't look like the same house. You get to the landing. You see a man standing down the hallway because you don't have a lantern. Yeah. But he's got a torch. There's a torch on the ground in that hallway. Well, no, there's probably a lantern on the ground in the hallway. There's a man standing there with a musket, looking around terrified, apparently. Way down the hall, and you see some steps going down. You can make me another listen check, Sean. What about you, Colonel? They're stomping. There's a lot of commotion going on in the next room.
Reload of the gun.
Not hearing anything.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, you got it reloaded, and you can see like firelight coming through the closet. You don't think closets should have fires in them.
And then I holster it.
Well, there's no holster. It's just tucked in the belt.
I put it in my belt.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to do anything? You can still move if you want to.
I can still move? Mm-hmm. I move over to the closet, see what's going on over there.
There's apparently a fire in the next room.
And then what else is going on in that closet? Is it just a closet?
Yeah, it's just a closet. You don't see any sign of the guy that ducked in there. There's a bullet hole in the wall next to you. The men are following behind you. those two men, because they would have finished reloading the same time you did. So they're coming forward, the Brisk and Humphrey. And you know what? I just give one roll for all these guys. 21.
So I'm in the closet, in the top right.
Correct. I'm saying
I'm
all those closets. All those closets are connected, is what I'm going to say.
I'm a little confused by the map, I think.
Okay. So see where it says closet D21?
Yeah.
The one on the right. Oh, well, yeah, the one on the far right.
D22.
And all those closets, they show that they're individual, but I'm going to say they're all connected. You know
so
what
wait,
I mean?
so the left and the right?
Yes.
There's just big closet space in between the
fireplaces.
Fireplaces?
Yes, that's correct. There are the bottom of steps going up to your right. Those steps that are in that picture, those obviously go up, but you're underneath them. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So instead of two, like all the closets like on the other side of the house, it's one big closet with everything connected, and somewhere there's a way to get to steps that go up to probably an enclosed attic. You didn't see any windows up on the third floor at all, so it's probably totally enclosed up there.
So I see the one man trying to smother the fire with the one of the blankets.
Yes. Actually, several of the other men are moving forward to try to help fight this fire, because it would be really bad if this fire spreads. It'll burn the house down if something's not done. So they're working on trying to put the fire out.
I'd go towards, because I'm in that room now. I can see that there's another closet door that's going to enter into that room. That same room that's on fire.
Yes, that's the northeast.
I'm going to go around to the other side of the fire and see if I can also grab a blanket like him.
So you're going back into the southeast room and going around through the hallway? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you rush back in.
You're saying those are connected?
Yeah, they're all connected. But you can get back to the room you were in. Is that what you're saying? The southeast?
I guess.
And then going out to the hallway so you can go back to the northeast to get on the right side of the fire?
I thought he was going to say he's going through the closet in the southeast bedroom.
I think I'm confused because both closets are D21. I thought you were saying that all four of those closets were connected.
No, 3 of them.
Gotcha.
Everything but the steps going up. You see how kind of it looks like there's another door that probably has steps leading up to attic space?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not connected.
Where the confusion comes from is I didn't realize, because the other closet on the left is also labeled D21.
Yeah, I know. So the fire, your fire is just
room.
Your fire is just outside the doorway
of D22 on the
in the room. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
All right. Yeah.
Because he had stepped out of that closet, or was coming out when Sean hit him with his lantern.
So the left 2 closets are not connected.
No, I'm saying all 3 closets are connected. It's just one big closet space, except for the area with the stairway. That's above you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're seeing the bottoms of steps. They're unfinished.
Yeah. So why would I? So I don't have to go to the hallway. I can go through the closets, right?
If you go through the closet, heading north or heading up, you mean?
No, go back into the south east room.
Oh, okay,
Go across the room to the other closets and go through. If that's not connected, like, you see what I'm saying?
I don't.
That's
confused.
Also called D21.
But
those are not connected.
On the right side of the map or on the left side of the map?
The left side of the southeast bedroom.
The left side of the southeast. Right, but the fire is outside the door of the only closet that connects to the northeast bedroom.
Okay. That's not a closet on the right on the top. Okay.
No,
so
it's not.
That's
the doorway that leads to the steps.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got it.
If you want to look at the screen.
No. I've got it now.
Your fire is
I'll go all the way around through the hallway.
The fire's right there.
All the way around through the hallway.
Okay, so you run back in the room.
I'll take 3 men with me.
Yeah, they're just following you. There's 2 of them. You find your third man out in the hallway, holding his gun and panicking, and you spot. I
tell him, do I see the torch on the ground?
It's a lantern. I don't think he would.
Whatever.
He would have had a lantern. Maybe no. He had a musket. He didn't have a lantern. He didn't have anything. It's pretty dark in there actually, but you do see another.
Have the little lantern hook.
You see a silhouette. No, you see a silhouette at the far end of the corridor, through the windows there, of a man.
Through the windows.
No. It's on the inside.
Okay.
Somebody's at the far end of the corridor.
Through the light of the windows.
Through the correct, like there's moonlight.
I shine my lantern down there. Say like
it's the doctor, or it's
okay.
it's that gentleman
I
with the brown
can see
hair.
Yeah, I'm running over and just going past him.
You see a man you've never seen before, Brannon. He looks like a
stinks
continental
of
officer.
brandy.
Stinks of brandy and gun smoke. There is a bloody saber. There's a scabbard with blood all over it, and all up at the front.
No, he wouldn't have the saber in the saber.
You haven't drawn it yet. Remember, you sheathed it.
I sheathed it,
and then you drew your pistol or whatever. So there's a bunch of blood.
Pistol's actually back in the belt too. I don't have anything in my right.
Okay, there's a bunch of blood around the guard of the saber and the scabbard. Like he had a bloody saber that he just shoved back in his scabbard at some point. He's got a pistol in his belt. His eyes are wide. He's got a lantern in his hand, and he's rushing down the corridor towards you. You don't know who this person is. And there's two men with rifles behind him. You're very confused.
But he is wearing
army. He's running. He doesn't know where he's going, but he's running.
There's a set of stairs down if you wish to flee past him, but you're going to have to run by this madman coming at you if you wish to get to the stairs. There's also a door to your right that leads to the northwest bedroom that's open. It's ajar. It's dark in there. Remember, your lantern is gone. You don't have a light source at this junction.
Oh, crap, yeah. You know what? No,
there might be one
I'm not going to rush past them. If they're rushing at me, I guess he's swinging what's left of the lantern in his hands.
I'm assuming... Well, did you... No, you probably dropped the lantern when it exploded all over the bird thing and all over the wall and everything.
All right,
I wouldn't hang on to it.
He's, I guess, going to be prepared to defend himself as best he can.
So he just raises his fists up like this at these men rushing him. All right. Well, the guy in the front does not have weapons in either of his hands. So, you know, who knows what's going to happen. So the fire's... listen checks for everybody.
Go 0-1. Or do I have a penalty die?
No, I'm going to not worry about a penalty die for the moment.
91.
All right.
91's not a crit fail. Aaron, that chanting, did you hear the chanting before?
No, he hadn't heard anything before.
You hear chanting above you, and it sounds like two different types of chanting. Like a group of people's chanting one thing, and someone else is chanting something else.
I gotcha.
You know what I mean? A man is chanting something else.
I know exactly what you mean.
It's coming from above. Okay, fair enough. What do you want to do about it? Do you want to do anything about it? Where the hell are
Is this fire under control yet? Is there more men rushing into the room?
Yeah. Other men have put down their muskets and are trying to help you with the fire, and it is coming under control. You probably need another round or two.
Yeah. If there's some, I'll just randomly point at a couple guys. You guys get this fire under control. The rest of us search the closets. There's something going on above us.
You ran through the closet too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw the bottoms of those steps then too.
Okay, I saw those steps then?
Yes, you saw the bottoms of them.
Okay, well then I will change. I'll say, there's something going on upstairs. Like, you two men handle the fire, the rest of you with me up the steps. And I stop at the bottom of the steps and shine my light up the steps.
Okay, yeah. They come after you. Colonel, what do you want to do? There's a man standing down the hallway. You recognize him as the doctor, holding up his two fists like he's going to engage you in fisticuffs. He looks really, really confused and a little scared. He's like, I don't know. Sean, make a face.
Get out of the way! I point to the north west room.
So he screams in your face, Brannon, Dr. Brannon, and points to the doorway of the darkened room across from where the fire is.
How far away is he from me?
He's running at you. I'm assuming, Yorie, you run at him as you scream.
I probably would slow down and give him a chance to get out of the way.
Okay, so he's slowed down, but he's getting close. Yeah, you can try to punch him if you so desire.
Yeah, he's swinging. He's just like...
Okay, Yorie, do you want to fight back, or do you want to Sean, how do you always end up in PvP?
I'm gonna bludgeon someone to death.
Yeah, I'll fight back.
All right, make rolls.
Oh no.
Dr. Brannon failed.
No, I got. Oh, he got failed. I got 47.
Is that a
Got
success
65.
for
Yeah.
brawl?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me damage.
What's base for fist?
1d3 plus your damage bonus.
All right, so that we roll these together. Oh hell yeah for you! Oh well, no, I rolled a 4 on that, but 1 for the 1d3 and then 4 for the d4.
5 points of damage.
That's 5 points of damage. As I just
how do you get
sock him in the jaw?
5 points? Okay, Sean, is that more than half your total?
No.
Okay, yeah. So mark 5 points off. He punches you and just runs past Yorie?
Yep, just into the
just
room.
Like
with
get
fire.
out of my way and punches you out of the way. Yeah. The two men follow you into the burning chamber, Colonel. It looks like the fire is under control. You see, we're going to call him Professor Taylor, but you don't even know this man's name yet.
Yeah.
At another doorway, shining a light, and several men with muskets are moving into that area, and you recognize that's probably the steps that are going up to the attic.
Yeah. I go over to join them.
Okay, so you rush over to join them. Sean!
And I say, there was a madman in the hallway. It was the doctor.
You come to your senses.
Okay.
Your bout of madness is over. You're still temporarily insane. Okay, let me write this down. But temporarily insane means like I can mess with you if I want. You come to your senses. Your memories flood back. And you realize you had some kind of an episode. Yeah. You know where you are now.
Okay.
You realize what happened. The terror of seeing this bird thing on fire. For a second, you thought it was going to swoop at you. Yeah. What do you want to do? You remember this colonel rushing by you. Yorie, did you do like this, or did you just give him like a glancing backhand?
Oh no, it was like so punch coming from this way just.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he just rushed you, hit you in the face, and ran past like you weren't even worth the effort. So anyway, so what do you want to do?
I guess he's gonna follow now.
You see Wiley down the corridor, still cowering. Okay. He's freaking out. But yeah, what do you want to do?
What kind of weapon did he have?
He's got a musket. He's clenching a musket to himself and making strange noises like he is losing his shit. He's lost half his hit points, half his sanity, so he's in a bad place.
He's actually going to try to talk him into giving him the musket.
Okay. Yeah, you walk down there and give me a persuade.
Or charm.
I'm going to push it.
Okay, so it'll take you next round to try to push it as you try to.
Okay.
But you should give me the musket for this reason. You're not even sure this guy's listening to you is the problem. So so that's maybe he doesn't even know you're there, and that's why he hasn't given it to you. Who knows? So Colonel, do you want to push yourself to the head of this crowd? Or do you want to let several men with muskets lead the way?
I'm probably getting a little winded.
I'm starting to lose track of which group. Oh, yeah. The guys behind you were those guys. Everybody else was in front of you. Okay, yeah.
He's probably getting a little winded.
Okay.
He's been running around a lot. So he's actually going to take a breather at the bottom of the steps.
Okay. Silver's leading the way with his...
two more people go up.
Silver's leading the way with his saber. The man with the big club is next to him, and then behind him are... pistol and a musket and a musket and a musket. So 4 men with muskets are behind those 2 men. Where do you want to be, Aaron, in this group as you go up the steps?
I mean, as soon as a couple people got ahead of me, I'd probably follow them up with the light. I forgot whether I my pistol is reloaded, right? I
Yes.
haven't shot it since.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I'll head up with my pistol drawn.
Okay. You reach the upper floor. It's an attic. There's some junk up there, but you don't see anybody. There's nobody up here.
Like I really want to search.
Okay. Make me spot hidden, and if you make it immediately, you can figure some shit out. If you don't, then
Okay.
you're gonna have to look around, feel around, and try to figure
Another
this.
01.
01. This attic is not the length. Does not run the length of the house. It was
Okay.
actually built. Okay, so what you're gonna have is like this, right? On two different
Yeah.
sides, right?
Gotcha.
Because you can look at the picture of the outside of the house. Somebody has built underneath, and then they've cut and added another wall about halfway across. So it looks like initially you're in an attic, and there's no way there could be anything else because it's doing like like a pyramid shape.
No. Yeah.
But you realize it's at least 20 feet short of what it should be.
Yeah, I'll tell people the dimensions are off. Check that wall over there. And I'll point to the wall that I think is wrong.
Okay. They start looking. The blacksmith comes up with his big ass hammer. Well, he's got his pistol in his hand, but his hammer's in his offhand. That thing's like a sledge, just by the way.
Oh, well, yeah. Break the wall down. Like, so.
All right, so he's going to get ready to do that. Yorie, did you took a breath, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Sean,
And
give
then he
me
would
that
follow up.
pushed roll real quick.
Oop, I believe I failed. I failed 25.
Okay, well, you pushed it, so it's still a success.
Yeah.
You basically just reach for the gun and start pulling, and he just lets it go.
Okay.
You don't think he's heard anything you've said from your persuasive argument at all. You just think that the guy is just flipping out and yeah, kind of. I mean, maybe if you attacked him, he would fight back, but maybe he doesn't see you as a threat. Whatever. You've got a musket. It's loaded.
Okay, it is loaded. I was gonna check to see if it's loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna follow back
Turn
where
back towards the fire
colonel
room.
went.
Yeah. Smoke's coming up that that stairwell. Nobody's in that room, Sean. It's very dark. It stinks of smoke. You cough. It's hard to breathe. You start hearing like smashing noises going up, and then cries of alarm. In the attic, boom, crack, shatter. That it's a wall like this, and once it breaks open, bones start pouring out. Lots of bones. Like this guy's been stuffing bones up in this space for a while. What the hell? Everybody can make me a sanity check. That's more bones than it should be.
I failed.
Be. You failed? You take 2, Aaron. Sean, you don't need. You can keep that roll, but you don't need to go up there yet. Actually, Sean, I'm going to deal with you in a second because you're heading up the steps. Give me. Humphrey, how'd you do?
I succeed. My name's not Humphrey, though.
I'm sorry, Hughey. Colonel Hughey. I like that name a lot. I was so happy with that name. Lose 1 point of sanity. There's a lot of bones in this place. You can see another dividing wall on the other side. It goes straight up and down. You know what I mean? And now you can almost plainly hear the chanting. A group of people chanting, men and women, and then another single man chanting. But the man who's chanting by himself stops as the bones clatter onto the floor. God damn it. Okay. Oh well, that would have been cool, but it didn't happen. Anyway, as you come up the stairs, Dr. Brannon, you see all these bones pouring out of the wall. You made your sanity check, but you lose a point of sanity. So since you're having temporary insanity, if you lose even 1 point of sanity, you get a bout of madness. Oof. Good times. And you got Violence. A red mist descends upon the investigator and explodes in a spree of uncontrolled violence and destruction, directed at their surroundings. That's not good.
No.
The man that's closest to you is the silversmith. You do not have enough presence of mind to use your gun.
Okay.
You drop it, and you just won't, or you could use it as a club.
Yeah, he's going to club him with it.
Okay, so make a roll. He doesn't see it coming, so you get one free shot on this guy with Brawl.
25.
25 is a hit. Do me a D6 plus any damage bonus you might have.
That's 3 points.
3 points. Okay, so as the blacksmith's getting ready to start smashing through the next wall, you guys hear a scuffle break out behind you. You spot Dr. Brannon attack one of the other men, who's like, what are you doing? So, Taylor, you can go first if you wish to intervene or do anything.
What
is he doing?
Man, I'm really concerned about these kids. I'm kind of really focused on that wall getting broke down. Or yeah, I might shout out, Doctor, what are you doing?
Okay, I like it. Colonel Hughey.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of close to the doctor, right?
Yes, you're further towards the back because you came up almost last.
Yeah. I was catching my breath.
But the silversmith, Mr. Jones, Rufus Jones, was in the very back. Or you stepped past when you started seeing all these fucking bones coming out of this space between the rooms. What do you want to do?
We don't have time for this! And I'm just going to run over and try to punch the doctor again.
Okay, fight back, Dr. Brannon. Give me another brawl. He tries to swing the rifle at you, so more PvP. Fail from Dr. Brannon. He swings wide. It slams into the wall, probably, or the ceiling. Yorie?
Hard.
Hard success. Roll me damage.
Sorry, Doctor.
That's one round, Dr. Brannon.
Good. Yep. It's for your own good.
It's for your own good.
Hey, I rolled 2 damage.
2. Brandon, are you still conscious?
That puts me at half.
That's okay, as long as you don't lose half
I'm
in one blow. Okay, so you can direct your ire towards Colonel Hughey, and you're up. So
Hughey.
Roll an attack. Hughey, do you want to fight back or dodge?
Oh, fight back.
Okay, roll the attack there, Sean. The other men are going to start moving and try to grab the doctor.
I failed.
How'd you do, Dr. Brannon?
Failed.
You failed. Okay, so you are in a scuffle. Some of the men, a couple of the other men come forward, drop their weapons if they have them, and grab Dr. Brannon to try to immobilize him. Moments after that, Brannon, this was only a 2-round insanity. You shake your head, and you can remember what you want to remember, Sean. How about that?
Okay.
Do you remember attacking these other men, or are you suddenly you got to the top of the stairs and all of a sudden you're being held by other people?
He doesn't remember attacking.
Okay. So Brandon looks around confused, not understanding why he has another bruise on his face and why he's being held by 2 of the men.
And why is he in this house?
By Humphrey and Brisk. No, he got that back.
He knows.
Yeah,
I know.
So, but Hughey, you see him look around confusedly, like, and shake his head, like, one of those things, probably.
Yeah. What is happening? Why are you holding
Doctor,
me?
You're a liability. Get downstairs.
You've seen this happen to men before. They break under pressure.
That's the second time you've tried to go AWOL and attack our men.
Crack, crunch, smash.
I turn back towards the wall and I start walking over with my lantern and I draw my pistol.
Okay. What do you want to do, Brannon?
Through what they're breaking and see what I can see.
It's Humphrey and it's Brisk that grabbed you. They kind of shake you. Are you all right, Doctor?
Just let go of me.
They let go of you. They pick their rifles up. As you peek through the hole, it's a good-sized hole. Somebody could step through it. You see a scene of it's unpleasant. What you've got is a room with an altar with various symbols drawn on it and a small statue. The statue appears to be the devil. Where the hell is he? Is he in her pics? No. What did I do with him? Oh, I bet he's under handouts. Yeah, here he is. That's the statue. And now standing.
Damn, I didn't know the devil had tits.
Devil's got tits. Hey,
It's,
Andy, you need to be careful about using that specific statue. Isn't that the one they sue over?
I don't know. There's a large red rug on the floor and black drapes on the walls. Candles light the room. In addition, there are 13 old men and women. Sorry, 12 old men and women. Each of which is holding a large black candle with a deep orange flame. They're holding one side of the candle, and a child, you don't recognize any of these children because you never saw any of them, and a child is holding the other one. Each of these candles is in like a candle holder, so it looks kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make a sanity check. The whole weird, and they're chanting. They're all chanting.
Wait a minute.
I'm looking in, so definitely sanity.
Right now, Hughey's in the front. Colonel Hughey went up to the crack to look in, pistol in hand. He sees this weird, crazy ass shit.
He just starts firing uncontrollably.
2 points. 2 points of sanity loss, please. Yeah, it's disturbing, but it's not like I'm going crazy. All the people, all the adults are old, like in their 50s or 60s or 70s. They're all looking at you as you peer in.
One guy that's separate.
No, there's 13. You wouldn't recognize because you weren't at the party, so you don't know which one is Mike Little. As far as he's another old man. As far as you can tell, they're all unfamiliar old people. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quick count is 6 men and 7 women.
I don't know who to shoot. So I'm gonna roll.
What are you gonna roll? A D13?
Actually, I'm just gonna roll a D20 and re-roll it if I roll anything that doesn't work for it.
Oh, and I'll roll a D20.
I shoot whatever one you assign number 9.
Number 9. I'll just roll a D12. And Mike Little will be that number. Okay. Are you definitely picking a man?
Yes.
Okay, so that actually re-roll your D20 because that'll narrow it down. Yeah. So you have a.
I'll say, do you want me to roll a different die?
Roll D12. Yeah, just roll a D12, and this is like your second chance. And if you get the same number I get, yeah, you picked Mike Little. Just
I rolled a 3.
Okay, so you don't know, but you are shooting a man. Boom. Yeah. Give yourself a bonus die. Actually, just roll to see if the pistol malfunctions. If you aim and fire, they're not moving. They're just standing around in this circle chanting.
Yeah, 21. I was just seeing if it was impale.
Oh, that's a good idea. You hit one of the men. Roll me damage. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is it? 1d6 plus 1?
Yes.
5 damage.
Yeah. Damn, nice roll.
5 damage. The man cries out in pain.
And I would try to scuffle out of the opening to allow other people to come in.
Oh, wait, are you going into the room or are you backing away?
I'm going in.
You step into the room. Okay, yeah. Okay, so
I took that shot and I went to the side to allow more people in.
Let me
Probably
check.
throwing the pistol down.
Oh,
putting my hand on the musket. I probably couldn't draw it in that amount of time, but
No.
I'm ready.
Musket or your saber?
Yeah.
Musket.
So
Okay.
That's that many. Okay. Hold on.
I just man, you were doing damn good damage with that saber.
Fine, saber. Yeah, he'd grab the saber. He needs the musket just in case someone tries to run. So drawing the saber. Now that the logic has been pointed out.
Okay, so you fired. Hughey's up at the top. Dr. Brannon, did you want to do anything when you see him step into this room? He fired a shot in that room and then walked in.
You know, he's so confused right now. What's been going on? He's not moving forward.
Makes sense. Okay, Brannon. Roll me a power check, Brannon. Not Brannon. Sorry, he's not even in the same room. Dr. Hugh. Colonel Hughey.
Yeah.
Roll me a power check, please.
Power check! Power check!
Oh, fuck's sake.
That's Hughey's specialty. Power check! 13.
I rolled for shit. You rolled 13? One of the men points at you and tells you, "Defender, stop those men!" That's all he does.
Alright, whoever that guy was, that's the guy I'm rushing with the saber next turn.
Now remember, all he did was tell you to do something. You don't have any idea what's going on, so keep that in mind.
He doesn't have the ability to command me. I'm a colonel.
Hiram. Professor Hiram Taylor.
Yeah, I'm going to step into that room.
Okay.
Do I see John Little?
Oh yeah, you see Mike Little? He's standing over there. He's he's got a candle. He's got a kid.
I'm going to point my pistol at Mike Little and tell him to let the children go.
He looks very frightened.
Does he let the child go at all?
He's not going yet.
Okay. All right.
Colonel Hughey, you're up.
Yeah, there's no waiting for these people to respond.
You
They
just
got
rush
weird
and
bird
stab.
creatures in here. This is a room filled with bones. Regardless of if they let the children go, I'm murdering all of them.
Ouch. What do you do?
Running and slashing at the one that tried to tell me what to do.
Yeah, okay. Make a roll.
And I'm rolling an intimidation as well.
Will try to dodge.
And shouting fire and freedom is my charge. Can I do an intimidation as well?
Sure.
Alright.
He's going to make an attempt at dodging.
It's a 22 out of, I think it was 45.
That's a regular success?
That's a hard.
22 out of 45. Oh, 45. Yeah, hard success. Okay. Yeah, he lets go of the candle with a scream as you swing away. I rolled his dodge.
And 24 for my swing away. Which is
I gotta figure out his dodge hard. Because okay, so how'd you do? What's your success? What's your margin of success? He got a regular success.
Hard on the sword.
Hard on the sword. That's a hit. Roll me damage.
Yeah.
Oh, you do notice there is another stairwell that leads down out of this room.
Fuck these cultists, piece of shit.
You're hearing yelling from the next room, Sean. Sorry, Dr. Brannon. Sounds like an altercation is taking place.
Is there a plus on the saber? I can't remember.
I think it's a D6. I think it's a D8 plus
D8
1.
plus 1.
Plus your damage bonus.
4, 3, 8.
Where's his hit points?
8 damage.
Here's his hit points. 8?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I've got a saber, bitch!
What's his con? Okay. He shrieks. He stumbles away from you. Dr. Brannon? Oh, you've got a gun pointed at him. If you, I don't know if you want to go ahead and take a shot there or not, Aaron.
Oh,
Professor.
Yeah, you said doctor, so I was.
Well, no,
wasn't paying attention.
you were pointing a gun at him. You can pretty much pull the trigger anytime you want.
This is the same guy the colonel just hacked into.
Yeah, he just hacked him
I'll do
good. And then you're going to
I'll
shoot
shoot
him? Okay, yeah, make a roll to hit. Dr. Brandon, what are you doing? You hear a gunshot from the next room.
You've heard
he's
two
still not.
gunshots from the next
Oh,
room.
he's gonna try to dive for cover when you shoot at him, though, Aaron.
I missed.
You missed anyway. He still loses his next turn. He successfully dove for cover. So yeah, the man screams and like drops to the ground. The bullet goes hits like the wall. Sorry, Dr. Brandon.
He's going to move forward, but not in.
Okay, just kind of creeping up, like I want to see.
Yeah.
But what the fuck? But yeah, you're pretty unsteady right now. The other men are starting to crowd forward. What is going on? With guns and weaponry, and they're trying to push in as well.
What does the child do after he let go
The
of the
child seems to be like in a daze, like just unfocused eyes, slack jaw. All these kids are kind of like, you know what I mean?
Never mind.
He's 8. He's a very small child. Sorry, go ahead. What are you saying, Aaron?
No, I was thinking that the children were chanting, but
No, it was definitely the adults.
Gotcha.
No, yeah, none of the children were chanting. So Taylor.
I didn't know there was other adults up there.
Top of the round, Taylor. Mike Little.
Yeah.
He threw himself down on the ground trying to avoid your bullet. He's lying there.
Is it a pile of bones?
There's blood everywhere. What do you want to do?
Yeah. I think I'm going to just punch the nearest old person that's holding a candle with a child.
Okay, make a roll to hit. They will attempt to dodge.
They are fearful from my intimidation. They will not fight
14?
back.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's a hit. I rolled a 69. That's way out of any of their decks.
Nice.
What's unarmed? 1d3.
Plus damage.
So
bonus.
I rolled a 2. I don't know how that works out with
So
the
that'd be a
1d3.
That's
You
a
roll
one.
a
You
two,
roll a
that'd be
D6.
1. You do 1 point of
That'd be one.
damage to this old woman. Ah! The other men are starting to pile into the room.
Man, I don't know if my guy would hit a woman, but, well...
He said the
nah,
nearest.
Yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
heard
you
it.
just kind of did this, and whoever was tall enough got it in the face.
They hit women back then. All right. It's all right. I don't care.
Colonel Hughey.
I would shout back to the other people. Careful for the children! They're in a stupor! And then I just stab at the guy on the ground.
Wait. Okay, roll to hit.
There's no way.
He has no action, so he doesn't get to fight back or dodge. So he doesn't get an action until next round. But I will give him this pathetic cry.
Regular success.
Okay,
55.
roll me damage. God, you guys tore into him fast.
Oh, big damage. 12
Oh.
damage.
12. You want another decapitation? You're doing the sword, right?
Yeah, sure. He's on the ground. It's real easy.
Clunk,
Just
clunk,
chop.
clunk, 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 clunk. It rolls across the floor. Make a sanity check, Yorie. The body hisses and then immediately just falls to pieces like a vampire when you put the stake
nice,
in.
yeah.
It's like that. Like he ages 1,000 years in a second. It's like.
Oh, hell yeah!
Did you fail?
If I roll a 99 and my sanity's below 50, does that do anything special?
Oh sure, max damage. 6 sanity loss.
Oh, hell yeah!
Roll me an intelligence check to see if you go temporarily insane.
My
The other
guy
men are
wasn't
crowding
insane
in.
to start
They
with.
watch Hughey decapitate this guy, and they just start beating the shit out of all these old people, like using their
Butt of their guns.
yeah, using the butt of their guns, just trying to get them away from the
Ah,
kids.
nice. The colonel had to go and be an intelligent man.
Yeah, most characters are. Most investigators are pretty intelligent. How'd you do?
I succeeded.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
As
Let's
in,
see.
I go crazy. Give me my 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos, sir.
You get a new mania. What do you hate? What does your character hate for the next 10 rounds? Out of control. Or not 10 rounds, but however many rounds.
Witches.
Yeah, witches.
I guess old people? I don't know.
It can be old people. It can be children if you want to really make this thing turn dark fast.
He has been very focused on children.
Yeah, but it's not a hatred for children.
Not a hatred, no. Yeah.
You did just tear this person to pieces, and he was like, "Wah!" And you were still just like, choke, there goes his head. All right, so.
Yeah, let's go with old people. Tell me if any of the other members of our group are old men, and they're near me.
No. The average age in America around this time is about 20. Most of these people are very young. Squire Roberts is probably the oldest. If you scroll up, in gaming
How old
text,
is Squire Roberts?
his hair is a little light. Squire Roberts is at 7:09 p.m. There's like there's two heavyset men right next to each other, right under the picture of the town. The first heavyset man is Silver. He owns the inn. And the second one with grayish hair.
I'm 51.
Right. The second one with grayish hair is Squire Roberts. Neither one of them are particularly old.
Am I pretty much the oldest person other than these old people?
Yes.
But
you're not. It's not a self damaging thing. It's a mania. You hate these old people. So there is a bloodbath because once the colonel starts going, the men just follow. He's their commanding officer. You know what I mean? He's like in charge. He's been acting like he's in command. So when he starts like lopping off heads and cutting down old people, all of them just go nuts and start just following in. And Sean, do you want to look in on this? There is a major fight or something happening in there.
Sean, it's a great choice. Do it.
Dr. Brannon, do you want to look in on this? For Sean, I know the answer would be a no because you're going to go... make me a sanity check. There's a bloodbath happening in there.
I failed.
You failed.
There is a look of.
We'll do a D4. 2 sanity loss, Sean.
The most exquisite excitement and happiness on the Colonel's face as he is doing this.
Who is the Colonel killing in his mind? Are they redcoats?
It's the redcoats again.
Benedict Arnold.
It's all Benedict Arnold.
You get a new phobia, Sean. What is your character afraid of temporarily? It can relate to this, or we can roll percentile dice and pick one off a chart. If you want to go completely random.
I like random.
Birds?
Birds.
Okay. Yeah.
Burbs.
Are you sure there's no birds in all these bones? I bet there's some birds in these bones.
I think that's a chicken wing.
That's definitely a chicken wing. That's a bird skull. Oh, God. You back out of the room.
Yeah.
And you head for the stairs at a gallop. But it only lasts...
And you reach the burned bird corpse.
No, he jumped out the window. That dude jumped out a window. He's out in the yard. Gotcha. He just was like... I mean, he was completely freaking out. It only lasts 15 seconds, Sean, but I want one dex check to see how you do coming down the stairs at a complete...
Ooh, I probably did well. I rolled an 08.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. You find you and again, you can decide whether or not you remember what happened to you. Or did the fear of the bones and the birds, is that something that was
No, this he remembers. He's
okay. You're probably on the landing.
Yeah, okay.
You see Wiley is still there. Like freaking out. Colonel, you come out of yours in about 30 seconds.
The children are coated in blood.
There's a lot of blood. There's so much blood.
No,
Plus, all these other men fell in too. Taylor.
During this time, could I have been like grabbing children and getting them to safety?
Yeah, sure. You could be pulling the children out as best you can.
Yeah. My concern is for the children.
They're the future. Okay.
Do any of the other old people fizzle and
no
age 1,000 years in an instant?
Some of them age quite quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
None of
Not
them is
thousands of years.
None of them is like Mike Little. None of them turn into a skeleton. You know, some of them turn the flesh pulls tight, and they're like, "Oh," as they die, um, like they are much older than they should be. Um, Wait a minute. Colonel, you come to yourself. You're probably covered in blood as well. A big grin on your face. Um, yeah. Um, Hold on a sec. I think I missed something here.
Guys, thank you for doing all the boring, hard investigation work.
There wasn't much investigation.
Yeah,
and I get to just show up and go, oh, we're in combat? I pick the combat guy. I want to combat.
Kill.
Charge!
I had a choice in the beginning. I was like, do I want to play the combat guy or do I want to play an intellectual guy? I chose an intellectual guy.
Secretly, Angela White is actually the highest combat professional here.
Andy already told me. Yeah.
I'll tell you about them in a minute. Professor, make me a spot hidden. You're the only one in the room in his right mind. Give yourself a bonus die. It's kind of hard to miss, actually. Although there is a lot of awful. Oh, and make a sanity check for watching the massacre of a dozen old people. Some of them fight back, but they're old.
I failed. All my rolls were fails.
Okay. We're going to give you a point of sanity loss for witnessing what is essentially a terrible war.
Okay. And I've lost 1/5 of my sanity, if that does anything at this point.
What that'll do is it will give you a your character ends up with like an indefinite insanity. So some phobia, mania, or something like that, or like
1/5.
shell shock.
Yeah, I've definitely lost 1/5.
Okay, shell shock or PTSD or something like that could be a choice as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna change this.
I think I started at 44 and I'm at 34, so I've definitely lost 1/5.
Okay. There we go. We changed Professor Hughey's name on the thing, which I meant to do earlier. So, Hughey, you can make me spot hidden as well. Give yourself a bonus die. Brandon's not going back up there with the bones and the birds.
No.
Where do you end up, Brannon? When these people all finally come down, they've got all these kids who are just coming out of a daze. Where do they find you?
He's probably trying to feel his way out.
I rolled a 21 twice, so hard.
So he's got the stairs, so he's going slowly down the stairs.
As you're getting the kids out, Hughey, you notice there is a book under the statue of the devil that is in the room. A large leather-covered book that appears to be the hide of some reptile.
I would grab that.
Okay. Hughey's the only one who really noticed it. The other men are just getting the kids out along with Professor Taylor.
And then I would try to push the statue off of its altar.
Yeah, you can. It's not real big. It's not a big statue. It's kind of small.
A big old statue.
No. You could like just kick it, knock it, like give it one of these kind of kicks, and knock the damn thing over. No, it doesn't break.
Solid craftsmanship.
Yeah, it does. It's heavy too, but it did fall over. So what happens at the end?
I'm going to push that all the way out the hole we made, down the stairs, and out one of the windows.
Okay. There is a broken window in that room that had burns in it. You're like, oh, wonder what happened here. You push it out the window on top of the dead bird thing that's on the ground down there. He was on fire, and he jumped through a glass window, and he dropped a story. They can't fly, so yeah, he wasn't going to survive.
I'm going to go down to the dining room where the food and the liquor and all that was.
Yeah, most of the food's gone, and most of the liquor bottles were mostly empty. You know what I mean? Like there was some left in the bottom, but these people have been eating and drinking all this stuff.
In the kitchen, is there any wine bottles?
Yes. Well, no.
I grab one of those.
They're all empty. They've all been drunk. There is a
Go down
basement.
into the cellar.
You found the basement. Yep, there's wine and food and ale
And
down
I grab a wine bottle,
All right,
and I go to the dining room all by myself.
there. Okay.
I set
Covered
the
in
lantern
blood.
down, and I open up the book to the start.
And you start reading.
And I just look at the first page. What is on the first page?
There's a picture. That picture of the statue is on the first page. On the first few pages. Yeah.
I just close it. I go over to the fireplace, start stacking up some wood.
You gonna burn it?
Put it in it. Pull a chair over. Pop the cork. And then light the fire.
Okay, yeah.
And he's just gonna sit there for a while until someone comes and gets him and watch it burn.
Yeah. Where are you taking the kids there, Hiram? Dr. Professor Taylor.
I'm gonna take them outside, and once all the kids are outside, I'm gonna tell the people that are out there with me to get these kids safely back home.
Okay, yeah. All the men have come out by now. Brannon, did you wait
I think
outside
of my dead
the house,
wife
or do you want
as
to
I watch it burn?
No, he's trying to find his way back.
through the pine wood?
Yeah.
I think of my daughter.
Oh boy.
And
Make
I
me a
hope
luck
that
check,
my
Sean.
daughter is okay on this night.
The shadows seem to move, Sean. You made it?
13
All right.
out of
But the
25.
shadows seem to move, Sean. It's as if they're clutching at you, as if they want to touch you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Oh, there it is.
If you
Yeah,
think
he's-
that's not real, you can... no, it's Steve Douglas. We're just finishing up. If you think it's not real, Sean, you can attempt a sanity check. But if you fail... If you succeed, you
Just
see
have
through
another
it. You're like, oh, it's not real. It's obviously not real. If you fail, you take the full sanity loss, have another bout of madness immediately.
He's seen some crazy shit.
Or
He
you
kind of thinks it might be real.
Well, does he think it's real or not?
He thinks it's real,
that's
and
bad.
he's
You're all alone out here.
bolting.
Okay, so you just run. Okay. Yeah, make me a sanity check.
I failed it by 1. Oh,
4 more points of sanity.
oh,
You
what
have
he
another
going?
bout of madness. Which one is it? How the hell did you get here? Where are you? Where am I? The last thing you remember is being back at Squire Roberts' house again.
Oh no!
Where are you? What is going on? Are you in the woods? It's so dark. Okay.
Why does my
Yeah,
jaw hurt?
My face hurts. What
He
is
still has the
happening?
musket. He's just like,
He's freaking out in the woods alone. Okay, so eventually
Yep.
he'll maybe make it home.
There's quicksand in those.
You've
woods.
assembled the children, Professor Taylor. All the men are there. Some of them are asking about Dr. Brannon. What happened to Dr. Brannon? Where's Colonel Hughey? Or where's the colonel? Or where's the soldier? I guess there have been no introductions made of anybody.
Yeah.
So, and most of these guys probably do not recognize your
regalia.
your rank. Yeah. Where's that?
Yeah.
Where's the soldier? Where'd he go? Is he still in the house?
Some of you men take these children home. The rest of us will go through the house and look for any reason why he did this. Why this
Okay.
Mr. Miller did this.
What? How many do you want to take with you, Aaron? Do you want to take your 2 musket men?
Yeah,
in the
and
group of
like
3?
I'll probably even gesture to Squire Roberts as
Okay,
well.
yeah. Squire Roberts will come with you. You find Colonel Hughey in the dining room. There's a decanter.
Staring into the fire.
Did you pop the cork, or did you just bust the top off of this bottle?
Whichever. Yeah, bust the top
Okay.
off.
There's a wine bottle.
He knows how to do the sabering thing,
What's
and
the
he just
sabering
used his
thing?
own. Oh, he cleaned. He
Oh, like
wiped it on his pants, and then he used his non-bloody now saber to saber the bottle.
what's saber the
Yeah.
bottle mean?
you take the blade
follow
and you
the-
run it up the edge and you pop it.
Yeah.
But it's
It pops the cork. It pops the cork.
No,
It
it
does?
literally
Well,
breaks off.
it breaks the ring around the top of the bottle.
Oh yeah, okay. So you're still kind of breaking the bottle, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it's cleaner.
But
than
in a
just
nice,
like,
clean way.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
an
yeah. You
educated
did
man.
that. You did that.
And so he's drinking from that and just looking at a locket.
Yeah, that's
Staring at the fire.
how you find Colonel Hughey, staring at a fire. You can make me a spot hidden, Aaron. Give yourself a bonus die.
Ooh, well, I rolled an 11 first,
Nice.
and then it turned into an 01.
An 01. Yeah, there's a big book in the fire, on fire. And it's probably
That
been on
wasn't a
fire.
journal, I hope.
It doesn't look like the journal that you found. You're not sure where that is. You think you left it at Squire Roberts' house.
No. I'm saying I hope that wasn't a journal, not like the journal that you.
Okay, that's what he says to you, Colonel Hughey.
No journal I would keep.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go through the house. Actually, I'm going to start upstairs and look around.
Okay, yeah. You find it looks like people stayed in this house in the extra rooms. One house was obviously Mike Little's. You make me make me one more spot
I'm
hidden there.
throwing open drawers.
Yeah.
I'm
You're searching the house. There's not a lot of information here. But make me one more spot hidden. There was a staircase that went down out of the ritual room too.
Damn it!
Yeah.
I just missed it.
You just missed it. You can push it. I'll let you push it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead, make a roll again. Colonel Hughey, Squire Roberts is asking if you.
I made the push roll.
You made it. Sweet. You do find a secret door. That closet between the northwest and southwest bedrooms, the connecting closet. There is a secret door on the right side that leads into a space between the two fireplaces, and there's a narrow staircase that goes up, and that must have been the way they got up to the ritual room. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so that's how they got up there. That was the staircase you saw going down. You guys pulled all the children out through the bones, so it was just like, let's get out of here. But you do a thorough search of the house. You don't find any information, and you come to the realization that if there was any, it was probably in that book that Colonel Hughey burnt. And you're like,
well, I will want to check the barn. I want to check the barn.
Oh,
too.
You find the schoolmaster's body. Barn. You find the schoolmaster's body hanging from the rafters.
Okay.
It looks like he's had the shit beat out of him, cut up. Like he got caught in the woods by these crow people, murdered. They're hanging him up to rot him up so they can eat him. Because they're crows, so they eat rotten meat.
We'll cut him down and bring him back to town for a proper burial.
Definitely. He obviously got ahead of everybody else in the search, and they caught him, and they killed him. Colonel, so denouement for your characters. How does this affect them? Does Dr. Brannon ever make it back to town, or is he lost in the woods for weeks or days, or does he die out there? It's up to you, Sean. Don't make rolls. Just decide how this affects your character.
He stays missing for a few days.
Okay. And then what? When he comes back?
Definitely less thinking that stuff is just superstitions. There's definitely things that we just cannot understand.
Okay. Yeah. So does he go back to his medical practice, or does he decide to search out the unknown or anything like that? Or does he just want to avoid it? It was a pretty terrible night.
He's probably going to start looking into the unknown.
Okay. How about Professor Taylor?
He's probably going to start investigating into more of the. Yeah, he wants to find explanation to all of this.
It's gone.
So
the explanation's gone.
Well, right. So, but immediate thing. He's probably got some PTSD from all this, but in long term, it's probably like once he goes back to the college, he's going to see if he could find anything out on that.
Okay, yeah.
On what went down.
How about Colonel Hughey? What's his story?
Colonel Hughey's going to tell Tom. That's his name, right?
Thomas Roberts?
Yeah.
Squire Roberts?
Next time, y'all should come on down to Rhode Island. Shit like this doesn't happen in Rhode Island.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen in Rhode Island.
Shouldn't happen in Connecticut, but it did.
But you know, there was those stories about that Joseph Kerwin years ago. They struck his name
that's just tall tales.
They struck his name from every book it was ever written in, and and got rid of the old newspapers so that no one would ever.
But he's saying next time the party's at his place.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
And also, he wonders if he is too late for the party.
Okay. No mention is made of the bird bodies. No one knows what happened to them.
Well,
If
other
they
than
were
that,
just left
well,
behind.
There we go. Yeah,
also,
we set that whole
definitely-
house on fire.
You did
Definitely
not. Nobody
look for
said
a
they set the
sledgehammer.
house on fire. Go
I
ahead.
know.
Sorry, Colonel. What'd you say?
definitely look for a sledgehammer and like destroy the statue like as much as I can.
Oh yeah, you can. You can find
Yeah.
a big hammer in that house. Are you going back when they go back to town, or do you like stay there? Do you wait for Taylor to finish his search of the house? Taylor, do you go
Yeah.
back and get the Colonel once you've searched the house to your satisfaction? Do you find
Yeah.
the Colonel
just
still in
beating
there?
that stone in the
Still just drinking?
in the yard.
Yeah. Oh
no,
yeah. You
no.
find
By
him.
the time then he'd be out in
Yeah.
the yard.
You find him out. You hear the thunk, thunk,
He found
thunk.
a sledgehammer in the
You
barn.
find him
He's
out in
just,
the yard just smashing something. You don't even know what the hell it is. In the dark, it might have been that statue. It's the same kind of stone, but yeah.
It sounds solid, and it doesn't sound like it's metal upon flesh.
No.
breaking. bones.
It's somebody
There's a little bit-
smashing
there's a little bit of flesh squishy sound because it's on top of a bird.
No, there wouldn't be much though. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. So questions, comments, suggestions. What do you guys think?
I had fun.
Enjoyed it.
It is. If you want to know, the Dark Order
I enjoyed
of
charging in
Baphomet.
like a madman.
The Dark Order of Baphomet was established in the year 1058 in Britain by the renegade monk John Smythe, who compiled his knowledge from the Necronomicon, paganism, and occult lore from the church. The book details his apprentice, Mike Little, a younger son of a minor noble. In time, John Smythe died of old age, and Mike Little gathered others with similar interest. Over the years, many members have come and go, but always Mike Little remained the primary force behind the cult. So he's been 900 years in this cult that pretty much primarily exists, well, for the worship of Baphomet and to stay alive forever.
Stay young forever.
Yeah.
Using small children.
Yeah, Colonel Hughey burnt the book with all that information, so your characters never know what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's okay. Hey, this is a nasty book. And that is 13 Black Candles. You guys hit that place hard and fast. If you didn't get there quick enough, then what they're trying to do is transfer their minds into the children.
Oh, okay.
That's how they live forever, because they just become
Gotcha.
children. And if you had waited too long or hesitated or taken a long time or waffled or whatever, then they would have switched the minds with the kids and been like, these people hurt us. You should stop them. And
then we all would have killed all the old people anyway, like we did.
nope, kid minds. So
Yeah.
that's the backstory.
Yay! Unintentional child murder.
Which you didn't do. And Mike was trying to summon a dimensional shambler. That was the other chanting you heard.
That sounds creepy.
That would have been awesome.
Wait.
Because that thing can just appear out of nowhere, grab somebody, and disappear and take them with it. And
That wasn't that thing that we saw with the werewolves in the Dark Ages game.
No.
The first
No.
okay.
Nope, definitely not.
Willows knew how to cast that.
Who? Yeah, Willows knew how to cast that. But he failed the summoning roll. I rolled a 70. He had about a 40% chance of success. Because it took you guys probably about 15, 20 minutes from the time that you assaulted the house for all this shit
What
to
was
go
that?
down.
Power check that Yorie had to make.
Dominate.
What was that for?
He was trying to
I
dominate
thought it was
your
dominate.
dominate.
and try
Right.
to.
Okay. never
There are
mind.
not many offensive spells. I watched Hocus
Yeah.
Pocus last night, and Bette Midler is all like, and I was like, that's so cool. I want my bad guys to do that. There aren't any spells like that in Call of Cthulhu, so dominate's about
Yeah.
unless they're super expensive. And Mike Little didn't have a ton of power.
Magic points.
Right, he
Yeah.
didn't have a
Okay.
ton of magic points. So I went for dominate because it's cheap. You can do it real cheap.
Yeah.
And if it succeeds, then the colonel turns and starts shooting his own men,
Right.
And
It wouldn't have been shooting.
yeah, well, stabbing, whatever.
Cutting,
But
cutting people down.
so I gave Mike Little the dominate spell so he'd have something. And if I could have if I'd have made the roll for the Dimensional Shambler, that would have been awesome. Because you guys would have lost so many NPCs as they just get grabbed, and then they're gone.
Right.
And it's like, the fuck? And you guys are walking around trying to figure out where it's going to appear.
I think my guy would have lost it at that point in time.
Yeah, but I failed. I failed the roll, so the thing couldn't show up. As you guys were getting ready to bust in, that's when he finished the spell, and it just didn't work out. So that's a shame. It would have been cool and messed up, but it's something I added. It wasn't part of the actual scenario. All right.
Well, I need to take my pill and go to bed.
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Thank you.
All the stuff. Hey, thanks for playing.
Later, Sean.